Begin first with the rendition of the Nigerian national anthem to start. And so after that, we'll officially begin with the other items on our program of events. So in just a couple moments, anticipate we'll start with the Nigerian national anthem. I'm saying that now so that most of us can take the time to learn the lyrics, as I did just a couple moments ago, right? A lot of us do not have it perfected, which is fine. But the giant LED screen in front of you will have the lyrics to the Nigerian national anthem as well, so you can sing along. So please be patient with us in just a couple moments. We'll begin with the Nigerian national anthem, and we'll take the other items as quickly as possible. Thank you guys once again. Hello and good morning once again. I know that there are a couple new faces since the last time I did this, so I'd like to reiterate, there is a little house rule that I started with. It's not more of a rule, it's much like a suggestion. I insisted earlier on that as a respectful young African man, that when I say good morning to everyone in the hall, I'd like you to say good morning to someone beside you because I can't have elders greeting me back. All right, so we're going to do this one more time. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yes, we're going to say good morning to someone beside us. And we'll do it well, please. Very importantly. One more time. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Earlier on, when I came up, I mentioned that we will begin, and we'll begin with the national anthem. Now, I know that a lot of us in this hall are dreading the national anthem, as a lot of us do not know the words to the national anthem. So it will be on the screen. The lyrics to the national anthem will be put up on the screen so that we're all, again, reciting it together. So we'll begin now with the national anthem. I'd like to ask that we all rise to take the national anthem, and then media is going to play the national anthem and project it on the screen. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. We'll all sing along. The national anthem, Nigeria, we hail thee.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you all. You may be seated. Thank you very much. Can we get a round of applause for ourselves for singing that national anthem so perfectly? Yes, we can do much better. I know why. I know that there are a couple of people who stumbled even with it being on the screen, but that's all right. We're all adapting to the change. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I would like to say officially welcome to the Scale Legacy Summit of 2024. We have officially begun with the program of events that we have, and we promise that the time that we've had to spend in waiting, we will try our best to make it up with how well we manage the rest of the event. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to acknowledge very special guests in the house, all of you included. For every single one who has made it here, we thank you so much. We know that there are different stakeholders from all across Nigeria who've made out the time to be here for this very special event. But we do have a list that we'd like to acknowledge. And of course, I'm doing this with my very good friend, senior brother, Mr. Eric, with me. So shall we?
Thank you so much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor and privilege to introduce the guests on our list this morning. Expecting to join us in a couple of minutes is the Governor, Executive Governor of Taraba State, His Excellency Agbo Kefas. I'd like to also acknowledge in our midst this morning the presence of the Deputy Governor of Benue State, His Excellency Barrister Dr. Sam Ode, who is ably represented by the Director General of the Bureau of International Cooperation and Development, Mr. Leo Viashima. I also like to acknowledge in our midst this morning the presence of the Chairman, House of Reps, Representatives Committee on CSOs, Honorable Victor Buzo. I'd like to acknowledge in our midst this morning the presence of the USAID PGD Office Director, Angela Martin. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the USAID State-to-State Activity Country Director, represented by the Deputy Chief of Party, Mr. Stanley Achono. I like to recognize the presence of Professor Andrew Zamani, who is the Director of the Institute of Governance and Development Studies. I like to specially acknowledge the presence of Her Royal Highness, Obongawan Henrietta. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. I'd like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs, Nasarawa State. I'd like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Imo State. I'd like to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Budget and Planning, Ebonyi State. I'd like to recognize the representative of the MacArthur Foundation in Nigeria, representing Dr. Kole Shetima, is none other but our own Hajia Amina Saliu. Development partners, CSO representative, Dr. Otive Guzo, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you and welcome.
And of course, very importantly, every single stakeholder, CSO, BMO, every single one of you here represented. For those of you who have taken out the time in the middle of a work week to be here, for those of you who have flown miles from all across Nigeria to be here, can we have a rousing round of applause to welcome ourselves and to all the names that we've mentioned? We thank you all so much for being here. You add to the integrity of this summit. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've just gotten word that the representative of the Taraba State, the representative of the Governor of Taraba State is here. We have Honorable Dr. Mike Diogen, the Deputy Majority Leader at Taraba State House. Can we please get a round of applause for him here representing the Executive Governor of Taraba State. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. And also in that entourage is none other but Honorable Angie Josiah Yaro. Josiah Yaro is the member who carried to Taraba State House of Assembly, Jalingo. Last but not the least, permit me to also introduce the Palladium Country Director for Nigeria, Ms. Oiza Nicholson. Thank you, ma'am.
And having acknowledged our presence, ladies and gentlemen, we take the next item on our agenda. We'd like to take a welcome address by none other than the Palladium Country Director, Palladium Country Director, Miss Oiza Nicholson. Can we get a rousing round of applause for her as she makes her way up here to come give us that welcome remark? I believe she deserves a much better round of applause. Thank you so much.
Good morning, distinguished guests, partners, and friends. I'm going to ask you to permit me to stand on existing protocols. It is my great honor to welcome you to this significant occasion. So as we mark the successful closure of our SCALE project and celebrate its legacy. Over the past 4 years, SCALE has worked to support and empower civil society capacity for organizational development, for advocacy and learning here in Nigeria, and driving key reforms in partnership with government and other actors within this ecosystem. At the heart of SCALE has been the desire to empower local civil society organizations, strengthening their ability to advocate for change, organize effectively, and sustain their efforts in driving locally led development. So I suppose, whilst this is a welcome speech, is also to give a lot of thanks and gratitude to partners that we've worked with. I'd like to first begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to our key partner and funder, the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, ably represented by the USAID PGD Office Director, Angela Martins. Thank you. Your unwavering support has made this journey possible, and we're proud of the milestones we've achieved together. Without your vision for scale, none of the results achieved could even have been possible. We're also deeply grateful to our government partners who have created the enabling environment for dialogue and collaboration. Your openness and partnership have played a crucial role in ensuring the success of this initiative, and we look forward to continuing to work together for the advancement of our nation. I wanted to also extend my heartfelt thanks to our project lead and my sister, and a respected member of the Palladium Nigeria senior leadership team, Barrister Lydia Ode, whose vision and leadership have been instrumental in steering this initiative to success. The dedicated scale project team, of course, your passion and commitment have been the cornerstone of our achievements, and I'm incredibly proud of what we've accomplished together. Thank you. I must say that at Palladium, we're committed to delivering social and enduring impact, and we see ourselves as facilitators of that locally led development and a catalyst for speed, for scale, and for change that is enduring, because if it's not sustainable, then why do it? All that we've achieved through this project could not have been possible without the power of partnership and collaboration. And the strong relationships we've built with our partners have been the driving force behind the success. And for that, we are truly grateful. So I stand here today not just proud of the work that we've done, but of the legacy we leave behind. This project contributed significantly to advancing locally led development, ensuring that civil society organizations were better equipped with the skills, the knowledge to continue their vital work long after today. And as I said earlier, sustainability has been a guiding principle throughout this initiative, and I'm confident that the groundwork laid will bear fruit for years to come. So together, we've built something enduring, something that will continue to drive progress long after this project has ended. So thank you all once again for your support and partnership, and I look forward to continuing to collaborate in fostering that sustainable development across our country, Nigeria. Thank you.
Can we give her one more round of applause? Much better. Okay. Bear with us while we do a little bit of housekeeping here on the podium to ensure that for more people like me who are not so vertically gifted are not obstructed by the flurry of mics. I mean, it is such a great thing to have this much coverage for this event, but it's very important that we can at least see and hear those who will be up here speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still on recognitions, and right about now I'd like to especially recognize Dr. Rioke Ochuko, representing National Coordinator, NTB LCC. Can we please put our hands together for him? Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And also we have USAID Alternate AOR Scale Project, Mr. Makil Maxwell. Can we please put our hands together for Makil Maxwell? Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. It is also my singular honor to introduce Katie Verkland. Katie is from the Palladium Home Office. Can we welcome her? Happy to have you here, ma'am.
All right. Having done that, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we'll move on to the next couple items on the agenda. But I think we've omitted something. In all our introductions, we have not introduced ourselves. Can we do that so that they actually know the people that are designated with handling? Please, let's do that very quickly, shall we?
Thank you so much, David. My name is Umoru Eric. I am part of the SCALE project, and I worked on the SCALE project as the Social Protection and Inclusion Advisor. I'm your deputy comparate this morning. Thank you. David, over.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is David Williams, known in some corners as the Big Talker, talk service provider, and it is one of my greatest pleasures to be here to compare or co-compare today's events with you. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you that you are here at the SCALE Legacy Summit. And when preparing for this event, I tried to find as many definitions of legacy as I could to be able to help me buttress some points. And then I thought, away from the dictionary definition, if I asked my father what his legacy was, I think the first thing would say is his grandchildren, right? But then if you dug a little deeper and asked my father again, what is your true legacy? He would say his children, particularly me, his firstborn son, that has not given him the grandchildren that he wants for his legacy. But the more important thing I need you to understand is legacies are spanning generations. And while SCALE is only 4 years into this, we're celebrating impact and opening new doors to generations to come, to sustainability and scalability. And to help us walk us through the journey and to becoming more impactful, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Chief of Party, Miss Lydia Ode. Can we please put our hands together for her? We can do much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. And like Oiza, let me stand on the established protocol so that I don't bore you going over those names all over. But it's really an honor to be here. Let me start by saying that the sustainability of civil society, yes, next slide, please. The sustainability of civil society organizations in Nigeria is evolving and improving, particularly in the area of service provision. But however, challenges existed and they persist, including we saw heavy reliance on external donor funding, we saw weak financial and risk management, there was weak leadership structures, and poor staff retention. That was a huge thing that we recognized. Collaboration among CSOs was weak, with organizations oftentimes hoarding information rather than leveraging each other's strength and capabilities. This weak collaboration and limited advocacy capacity that we also identified, we thought hindered effective policy engagement and governance. Also, there was restrictive government regulations and practices that further limited CSO's capability to make impact. We saw that there was a need for an environment that was more permissive to enhance CSO effectiveness. Then coming to the broader development and social challenges in Nigeria, we saw that we do know that Nigeria faces complex social problems, including poverty, inequality, poor education, lack of quality healthcare, terrorism, banditry, food security. We can go on and on. Issues like gender-based violence. We saw during COVID when the project came on that gender-based violence seemed to have increased as movement was restricted. Then there is the issue of inequality and exclusion that was very, very prominent. The voices of women, young persons persons with disabilities, and other socially excluded groups were often overlooked in both governments, and not just government, CSO programs as well. So it is against this background that the SCALE project was designed to strengthen the capacity of civil society organizations, including business membership organizations. We were mandated to strengthen their capacity, their financial capacity, management, and advocacy capacity. Within advocacy, especially looking at issues of collaboration. And the purpose is that they can effectively engage citizens and government around reforms that promote good governance, that promote effective and efficient service delivery. And this mandate, it speaks clearly to our theory of change, because we understand that the kind of change that we are looking for requires that we strengthen the organizational, the leadership, the advocacy capacity of CSOs in Nigeria. We support their efforts to collaborate more effectively and efficiently, and we also engage broad stakeholders to ensure that the environment that civil society are operating is permissive, both by law and in practice. And we did all of this work across 5 components. The first one looked at institutional capacity. The second component looked at advocacy and collaboration. The third one looked at enabling environment, and you can situate that in the issues that I identified earlier. And then there were 2 very specific areas, sector areas that we worked on: countering human trafficking, as well as curbing sexual and gender-based violence, child and early forced marriage. So what I'm going to do now is just to give us a highlight of some of the things that we have achieved in this last 4 years. But where you'll be hearing the story, it will be coming from our partners. So as I give some of the numbers that we've achieved, it will make sense to you when you begin to hear from our partners and really understand how this project impacted them. So I will not do that. The partners will do that, and I think they will do that very well for me. So I wanted to also share the summary of some of our results at a glance. Some of them, I'll be talking about them. When we started, I want to emphasize on the footprint. When we came on the project, we were asked to at least have footprints in 24 to 25 states in Nigeria. And we managed to reach 35 states and the FCT. And the state that we didn't reach, it's obvious, is Niger State. And it makes sense. They are our neighbors in FCT. So we felt that it had something to do with that. But you could say that scale is across Nigeria. And the work that USAID has supported is really resonating across the country. In terms of policy advocacy, one thing that we use to gauge if our partners are really working or they've really imbibed the capacity is through the changes that they have made happen with governments. And we've recorded over 81 specific policy actions that have been carried out by government. Over 81, but we're reporting only the ones that we have validated because we have very strict validation process. So over 81 policies, and we keep seeing that as we continue to engage with partners, that continues to happen. Because we leverage technology quite extensively on the SCALE project, we were able to train over 24,000 individuals across all of our components. Yes, I think that's amazing. We supported advocacy efforts across 13 sectors, and we did work during the election, and we'll talk about that a little bit. Another thing that we think that is really critical that we emphasize is how our partners, as a result of the capacity that they have imbibed on this project, they were able to, remember that when I was talking about the operating system, I talked about funding. Our partners were able to access funding during this project from a diverse, outside of the project, beyond what we supported them with, to the tune of over 12 billion naira. And it's really instructive to show that partners have learned new capacity and they are putting them in practice and is yielding results. We worked with quite an extensive number of CSO partners. So on scale, 50% of our funding went into grants. And as a result of that, because we believe that partners would do amazing work if beyond giving capacity or beyond strengthening the capacities that they already have, that we also support them to address real issues. And as a result of that, we had over 49 CSOs that we supported with awards to the value of over 5 billion naira. And thank you. Why I'm saying all of this is so when our partners begin to come about, you see how all of these efforts that we've made have translated into results. One last thing that I also like to highlight here is the fact that we were able to have, that's another mandate that we had. USAID, our donors, wanted us to, as part of the localization agenda, where we put the local organizations in the driving seat. They wanted more organizations to be able to manage direct funding from USAID and other donors. And working with our partners, we were able to graduate over 20 organizations to a matured state that we can say now that they can receive donor funding directly, large donor funding directly, and we can guarantee that they would manage that. So I think that's something that we do need to celebrate. Moving on, just very quickly on some of the project approaches that we took that helped us to achieve, and we're able to validate that these approaches truly work. One of them is co-creation. For all of the things that you could see that in that picture, it was during COVID. That was when the project started. So at the point where we're trying to identify the issues and the sectors that would support, we went to stakeholders. We went to Nigerians to say, what are your issues? So all of the issues were locally identified and locally led. So co-creation, and we've been doing that across the project. And because of that, skills results were delivered completely by Nigerian partners. So like I said, it was locally led. One of the key approaches that we took was collective impact, which is our cluster approach, and we will be hearing from some of our cluster partners. And the cluster approach, what we believe is that because of the complexity of the issues that we have in the country and our partners are dealing with, if we want to see the kind of change that we want to see that is transformational, it cannot be done by one organization. So we promoted collaboration, and we did that through the cluster approach. And I did mention our sub-awards. The sub-awards were used to propel learning. So you learn by doing. We build capacity, we mentor, we support you, and then you take that capacity into real issues. We did adaptive programming, so as a result of that, we're constantly scanning the environment, appreciating the changes that are happening, and iterating almost instantly. So sometimes we start with a particular plan, but because the environment has changed, we change that. So thinking and working politically was one of the approaches that we adopted. Gender, social inclusion, conflict sensitivity was integrated across all of our work. Private sector engagement was integral, and I think that we're going to be hearing from some of our partners how they have been able to enhance their projects as a result of effective private sector engagement. And sustainability first for us. We started that from the beginning. If you go back to the last slide, you see that we have a list of sustainability structures that we have established on the project. And that's why our theme talks about opening new doors, because we are confident that we have structures on ground that would continue to take this project forward. And I'm going to talk a little bit on some of them as we progress. Now let's look at some of our results. Next slides, please. In the area of institutional and individual capacity strengthening, I'm just going to highlight some of our results. Now, before we begin any capacity building, whether it's institutional, advocacy, we would go through what we call a capacity assessment, because our capacity support is targeted, is intentional, and it's through the assessment we identify gaps, and this is a very intensive process. But over the course of the project, we successfully assessed about 83 organizations, and they all have their capacity development plans that they have activated. They are implementing, some we're supporting, some they are doing them themselves, depending on what the plan is. When we started, we brought experts within the OD space to one room to look at, because we found out that our capacity assessment tools, we found over 20 of them. In fact, there were up to 50 of them in existence. But we decided, how do we have one tool that has factored in everybody's thought? Remember co-creation, going back to co-creation. That's factored in everybody's thinking, that's factored in all the tools that are existing, and come up with one harmonized, comprehensive tool that works for everyone. And after that process, with a lot of review and testing, coming back to the drawing board, we're able to have a unified OCAD tool that is out there in the space as one of our legacies that organizations can continue to use. For the enhanced OD expertise, we also met an environment that didn't have a lot of experts supporting organizational development for civil society organizations. So it was part of what we decided to do to broaden that space. And as a result, we trained OD. We took 60 persons through a 6-month program, and they are currently experts, subject matter experts in organizational development, and they've even started providing those services. And these 60 persons are cut across the nation. We're very intentional about making sure that they are reachable, they are across all of the region in the country, and organizations can access them quite easily. I've already mentioned the amount of award that our partners were able to galvanize as a result of the support. We have partners. Strategic planning was something that we recognized that even partners that don't have them were not implementing them. Some didn't have at all. So they were going on with the activities without a clear purpose of where they were going to. So we set out to support them to come up with 5-year strategic plans that they are implementing. And we're going to be hearing from some of them how that has also enhanced their work. And the same thing, when you go back to the funding that we say that our partners were able to galvanize, it was also as a result of implementing 5-year resource mobilization plans and business plans that we supported them. They developed board manuals, succession planning, and I think all of these things are important to mention as we see how they have supported partners to enhance their work. The other thing under this component, other challenge that we saw when we came in was that our partners, most of our partners were around 5% in compliance with government regulations. And what it meant is that they exposed themselves, they were not operating optimally. And it was one of the reasons why government continued to push for those regulations that restricted, that we thought were quite restrictive. But now we have over 80% of our partners that are fully compliant, and some of them, and thank you very much. And for those that are the 20%, they are almost at the level of achieving full compliance, because it really depends on their capabilities and where they are. The other thing that we did under this component is our national OD Summit that we put in place. And it's one of our legacy products, one thing that we were guaranteed that would continue, because we have seen it as a large gathering of OD experts in the country. It's an amazing summit. The private sector has come into that summit, and it's something that we already see a clear plan, or we have a clear plan for it to continue. So that's one thing, because it's enhanced shared learning and networking among CSOs generally in Nigeria. Moving on to advocacy. And like I said from the beginning, how we gauge, we don't gauge by the fact that you know how to do stakeholder mapping and some of those technical areas in advocacy. But it's really how you have gotten the policymakers to make a change. So that's how we track our advocacy results. And under advocacy, we were able to have 220 Nigerian CSOs within about 31 clusters. I didn't mention our cluster approach, doing what they call doing advocacy differently. Because to them, they have learned new skills, and then they can see that changes that they have been pursuing over the years are happening almost rapidly. And like I mentioned, we have recorded 81 policy actions that we validated, and I think before, and that will continue to happen as our partners continue to engage. Some of the things that our partners shared with us that have really helped to move that needle, they mentioned issue identification. So being specific about the issue that you want to advocate. If you want to advocate for budget increase, you have to be specific about what you're asking, because that determines how you engage. They also talked about research. So the advocacy was quite evidence-based. Embedding political economy analysis, I mentioned about being politically aware, understanding the environment, and that has also helped them to plan out how they engage stakeholders. It has helped them to change their tactics when the environment, things have changed in the environment. Like we worked during the election period, and that was really critical, doing that kind of analysis at a macro level and also at a daily level. Public awareness was also something that because advocacy is about voice, it's about loud voices, a lot of people talking about the issues. It's not the issue of the CSO, it's not the issue of the cluster, but it's the issue of the people. So the partners were able to galvanize the public to really contribute to what they were asking for. And then the mention that the collaboration through the cluster approach was quite critical, because now they're harnessing different capacities. They have like media persons that are working on their media issues. They have somebody that is strong, or an organization that is strong with PA. You know, they're able to, not one organization trying to scramble to find how to do all of those things, but now they're leveraging different organizations. And that has also helped them to. And I mentioned political economy analysis, also helping them to stay adaptive. Media engagement, our partners we went through a very intensive media engagement, developing media plans and implementing it. And our partners said that really, really helped to move the needle. And private sector engagement too was critical. When we started, people didn't understand what's the business of the private sector in advocacy. But now they have seen that because advocacy should take an ecosystem approach to it, where everybody that is important needs to be involved. Our partners have identified that the media engagement, the private sector engagement was critical. And I've tried to share some examples of some of the policy reforms that our partners achieved as a result of this support. And across health, we saw funds, budgetary funds going into supporting health and nutrition for young people. We saw some changes from Taraba State. Taraba State is here, and I think at some point they will talk about that. But they were, as a result of the work with the partners, they invested money and released. So it wasn't just about the budget; it was also released to issues around maternal and child health. And then the very big one was the National Health Insurance Authority Act that sought to make healthcare accessible to everyone. And our partners, I see CSJ here that led that cluster, that really worked to develop the principles. So beyond having the act, how do we make sure that this is implemented, and they supported the government to put in place operational guidelines to support that. In the area of trafficking in persons, our partners worked with NAPTIP, and NAPTIP, which is the government agency that oversees issues of trafficking, in the last budget received an increase of 38% of their budget because they identified that they were under-budgeted. And as a result of that, NAPTIP has been doing quite a bit more because they have that funding. We identified the issue of cases lingering, and then the federal Ministry of Justice was able to designate 6 courts in Abuja to handle human rights violation cases, including trafficking in persons. So this is just a few of them. There was also the activation of the Victims Fund, the fund that supports victims of trafficking that has been comatose. Our partners worked with stakeholders to have that fund activated, and also establish a commission to manage that fund. So very specific actions that government took as a result of the work. In the area of WASH, we currently have in Akwa Ibom State an open defecation roadmap that will guide how the government manages that. In the area of education, we have our partners support citizens' participation in deciding education programs. And I think that we've even seen that happening. They are having town hall meetings involving citizens to identify these are the issues that we want government to focus on, and government has gone ahead to include that in their budget planning. For inclusive education, one school in Bauchi State was put in place a policy to ensure that students with disabilities have access. And a whole lot of that. I also to mention in Bauchi State again, one policy outcome that we like to celebrate is the magistrate court in Bauchi State that was conferred with the jurisdiction to try rape cases. Before it will go to the it's only the high courts that tried it, and sometimes some of these cases stay on for 3 years, 5 years, and continue forever. But now we have a situation where justice can come on faster. Just to also mention child rights, our work under child rights, we've seen budget going into the implementation of the Child Rights Act, which wasn't happening before. And there's actually 7 courts for Nassau State specifically. Even in Benue State, I think courts have been established to handle these cases so that justice can go a bit faster. And lastly, for advocacy, just with OD, we also have 45 OD experts that went through the 6-month advocacy program, so they are available to support CSO organizations. Now, they've started working with them now and beyond skill. We started at the beginning of this year. We started working, USAID wanted us to support partners that are working within the TB space. Now, why we want to highlight what we have achieved here is that we only worked with these partners for about 4 months, and already they have recorded results that we think if they continue in this trajectory, we would see something differently happening in that TB space. What's the issue with TB was really around domestic funding. The funding, the TB program had 70% deficit in funding, and then the 30% was mostly covered by external funding. So we thought it was important to try to galvanize domestic funding, and we started working with these partners, and just within 4 months of working with the partners, we've seen quite a few achievements with some private sector agencies as a result of the engagement. They're already providing services or providing support to centers, the treatment centers for TB. We've had private sector entities that are providing food, because nutrition is really critical when you're taking TB medication. And I think there's somebody about funding. They really think about very large grants. You want millions of nairas or hundreds of millions of naira. But we highlighted the fact that even something as small as generator in a treatment center can make the difference. And just recognizing that, I think that was one of the things that made that needle to shift. And we've received quite a number of commitments across our TB states. We supported these interventions across 14 states. So we know that we will continue to see those achievements happen. Okay, moving on to our enabling environment for CSO operations, our third component. We looked at this component from three key directions. One of them was around the CSO regulatory environment. The other one was looking at CSO self-regulations, as it was established that to minimize the we had a situation where government was constantly bringing out regulations. You know how you have a hammer and everything becomes a nail. So when there's any issue with CSOs, government comes up with a regulation. And what we agreed, or what we identified, that if CSOs begin to self-regulate, hold themselves accountable to certain standards, then that might reduce. So self-regulation was a huge part that we worked on. And then the third one was really about keeping the civic space open so that citizens and CSOs can continue to engage. Under the regulatory environment, we're able to find out that there were over 54 laws that had impact on CSOs. So we use that to engage government to realize that we have enough laws. They don't need to make additional laws, but it's really about implementing these laws, and also looking for those that are restrictive and repealing those ones, those that are duplicative, trying to harmonize that. So we've had government agencies come up to say that they didn't even realize that these things were, that they had that amount of laws. And I think it was also instructive on how they began to engage civil society organizations. We engaged laws to improve CSO operations, very specific laws that we found some restrictive provisions. And then we formed a safeguarding online civic space group. And what this group does is engaging stakeholders, government and private sector, to keep the online civic space open. In the area of self-regulation, working with other partners that were interested in this, we have also been able to have a council established that would drive the self-regulation initiative in Nigeria. So that council is functional, is operational, and they'll be sharing some of their work with us today. And working with them, they have established a self-regulation framework that will guide all of that process. And all of these things happen with CSOs. So CSOs were consulted. A code of conduct for CSOs has been developed, and they've adopted it. It's a harmonized one because they looked at several codes of conduct, and it's been adopted officially by over 500 CSOs, as this council that I mentioned will continue to engage to bring more people into that space. And then under the self-regulation work, we have the CSO Atlas. Some of you are already familiar with it, but the Atlas is a directory that has CSOs that have gone through a validation process. So it reduces issues of mistrust, of CSOs not knowing who is the correct CSO or who is not, who is the real player. We have over 1,000 CSOs already on the Atlas, and it's also a management information system platform where CSOs can engage and continue to learn. For civic space, our civic space expansion work was really about dialogue. We recognize that some of the reasons why we had the issue that government has issues with civil society organization is because nobody is speaking to themselves. So what we did under this area is bringing all of the parties together to continue to dialogue around issues, whatever issue that is prevalent at the time, whatever concerns that people had. So dialogue formed a huge part of it. And as a result of that, there were laws that governments were going to propose, but as a result of that dialogue, they stepped it down. There were certain things that they were going to do. As a result of the dialogue, they tweaked it a bit and did a bit more engagement, and we'll probably hear some of that. Because the project happened during an election year, and election is critical for civic participation, we also supported some work during the election, mobilizing nationwide observers, mobilizing people to vote, especially first-time voters, and then we had fact checkers that were making sure that the incidences of fake news is minimized. Moving on to the fourth component, countering trafficking in persons. We approached countering trafficking in persons across five areas. We looked at capacity strengthening, and other that we trained over 5,000 unique individuals, and they came from 400 CSOs. We also trained 75 who we called CTIP youth ambassadors. And they've really gone out there. You know, young people are very vulnerable to issues of human trafficking. So they are helping to sensitize their peers around those issues. And then most importantly, we worked with the security sector personnel. And we'll be seeing, I think we'll also be getting feedback from them. Why it's important is that we have these people in the front line, but some of them, for most of them, over 80% of them, they said that was the first time they were receiving training on trafficking, and they're supposed to be working in those areas, trying to identify perpetrators. But as a result of that, we saw increased identification of trafficking cases. During this period, over 100 victims were identified and rescued, and over 20 arrests were made by the security sector personnel. The other area that we tried to do was to improve coordination and collaboration, because we have all of these people, NAPTIP, the Ministry of Labor, CSOs, working in this space, but nobody was talking to themselves. So we went ahead to bring them to the security sector personnel. We went ahead to bring them together on a constant pace to continue to collaborate and coordinate their efforts. And that also helped in some of the victim identification that we've seen and referral, understanding who to refer cases to. Another area that we worked on this area, on that countering trafficking in person, is on service delivery. And we provided recovery support to over 72 trafficking survivors. We also supported efforts working through clusters that were working specifically under this sector to drive policy reform, and we recorded quite a few of them. Some of them I already mentioned earlier. And then we also did research, because we thought it was important to fill some gaps that were existing in that area. And we did research. Organ harvesting was something that was becoming popular, and there weren't like a lot of information around it. So we did research on that and put it out there, shared with stakeholders to use it to engage the drivers and enablers of trafficking. So if you research, it was one of the things that we tried to do to try to fill that knowledge gap. And I think you have access to all of these documents in before you leave this program. Then our stakeholders established some initiative to continue to respond to this area. With the private sector, they established what they call the private sector against tip forums in Enugu, Delta, and Sokoto states, which were the areas where we implemented our service delivery components. And then 14 communities had action groups so that they can quickly respond and continue to provide awareness and sensitization. And then another thing, again, that you have access to is the films that were produced under this project. We had 5 films that were produced by amateur producers just to keep that word out there, and they're really great films. Some of you might have seen it, but we'll have a link for you to continue to share. But it was part of our efforts to increase knowledge around the issues of trafficking. And finally, moving to sexual and gender-based violence, as well as child and early forced marriages. Using the same kind of approach with our country trafficking in persons, we're able to put in place, working with our partners, of course, engaging stakeholders. We'll be hearing from some of them, I keep saying that, but to establish some policy reforms. And I'd mentioned in Bauchi State where the jurisdiction of the magistrate court was expanded. We also saw implementation committee of the relevant laws established in the states that our partners are working. In Enugu State, the government provided legal services to survivors of trafficking in the SAC center, the SAC centers, to ensure that they have the right kind of information, to ensure that they understand what the law has to protect. It was really instructive for us. And then how they are also mobilizing their fellow young boys around these issues and sensitizing them. So the safe spaces are working. In early and forced marriage, there were 10 girls as a result of the work that we did with the community leaders. 10 girls were actually prevented from going into early marriages. And even in Jigawa State, where something like that is a challenge. For economic empowerment, because beyond the trainings and the sensitization, we also sought to provide economic environment to the persons that are vulnerable to this issue, so that because we think that reduces their level of vulnerability, and we provided economic empowerment to over 170 survivors and vulnerable people. Our work with the private sector, this was one of the areas where our work with the private sector really yielded fruits, because the private sector started to support the sexual assault referral centers that taking the victims of SGBV and those messages. So I will encourage you to let people know in your communities. You don't need a smartphone. Just a feature phone would work. And yes, something else that I missed is the paralegals that we established or we supported. So we worked with the community structures to train some community volunteers as paralegals in those communities, and they are providing services to victims of SGBV, and also helping to create that linkage to the law enforcement agencies, and making sure that those issues are treated as crimes, not as family violations. So those are some of the highlights of our key results. And like I said, you'll be hearing more over the course of the day from our partners. We wanted to share some of the CSO, some of the sustaining CSO capacity strengthening beyond skill. So some of the sustainability structures that we have established on skill. I did mention the expert that we have supported through that 6-month program, and some of the CSO partners that we've worked. They've already started working with civil society organizations, some of them working with our partners directly to support their institutional and advocacy capacity, and some of them providing services. They are even getting paid to provide those services to other organizations. So that's a structure that is on ground and will continue to support CSOs and other organizations. We established an OD network hub. And this is really to sustain the work that we are doing. A hub that pulls together, is able to coordinate OD work in the country. So that hub too is registered and is functional, and we have some of the representatives here. The big one for us is the thing that we did with Nassau State University. Through our partnership with them, Nassau State University has started four postgraduate programs on OD and advocacy for CSOs. So we know that there are some OD studies in some universities, but this is specifically for CSOs, and it's structured around the curriculum that we developed to train those experts that I mentioned. So we already have the first set of students. They are going to start lectures anytime from now. So I encourage you, if you're interested, for the next session to register. There's postgraduate and master's program in OD, and there's postgraduate and master's program in advocacy. So that's something that over time will continue to make sure that we have expertise to support CSOs in the country. Thank you. Our annual OD Summit, I already mentioned that. I will not go into that. The CSO Atlas that I talked about, it has an embedded learning, online learning and resource repository. So all of the things that we have put together on the project, all of the learning documents, it will be there, accessible to CSOs. And then it has an online learning platform just to make sure that CSOs are constantly learning. The annual Africans to participate in governance. So that's something that's out there. This is just to mention a few of the platforms. Now, finally, not maybe before the last one, on lessons learned. And I think this is really critical as we think about after beyond skill. what are some of the things that we have documented on scale that will be great for the future. One of them, under capacity, I tried to categorize them, and I'll go through them quickly. Under capacity strengthening, we found out, we established that capacity assessment is critical because the capacity support that needs to go to partners has to be tailored to their needs and not just randomly. So even though capacity assessment can be expensive, it can be painful sometimes, but it's also critical. One thing again that we found that really worked was peer-to-peer learning. We were able to bring our different partners, those that are strong, those that are not so strong, and I think that's helped them. Under our advocacy and collaboration, the cluster approach really worked. We have information on the cluster approach so that people that are not familiar with it can also pick that up. I also mentioned about issues identification. Do not go into advocacy without being specific about the issue that you're going to be working in. That's why we had people that came to us and said, how is it that you're having government make these changes? And one of the reasons because there were specific issues, because that specific issues help you identify who you will collaborate with. It helps you identify the tactics that you would use. It helps you focus your research. So being very specific about your issue is critical. Leveraging windows of opportunity is important. That's why policy economy analysis is important. We had partners that during the elections, they engaged with candidates' manifesto and were able to get them to commit to something. So the moment they won the election, they went back to them and showed them what they committed to, and they didn't have any choice but to sign off on that particular policy. So if they had not leveraged that window of opportunity, they would have really lost that opportunity. So that's something that is critical that we keep our eye on. I've mentioned political economy analysis is important, and collaboration over confrontation, especially our work with governments. It's a partnership. We're all working towards the same goal. So it's important that we continue to collaborate with government and the private sector. Looking at organizational development and resilience, the work that we did with the corporate leadership was quite critical. I think it's important because sometimes when we do trainings, we train the financial people, the programs manager, we forget the boards, we forget the executives. It's really important because they are the ones that will drive that change that the foot soldiers have learned. And we learned that particular lesson very early on, and we went ahead to support the corporate leadership of organizations. And then the strategic plan, because we had people that had strategic plans, but they were not implementing them. So when you ask them strategic plan, they have it, but why are those things not happening? So you find out is implementation. So the plan is there, implementation is critical. For CSO enabling environment, continuous dialogue, like I said, it really helped our work, having those dialogues across board. And then finally, under our work, CTIP, SGBE, and CFM, the coordination that we did across all of the service providers were quite impactful. The economic empowerment really changed. We had people now going back to school, and that really reduced their vulnerability. People were able to eat. They wouldn't have to go to people and expose themselves because they needed to eat. So the economic empowerment work was quite critical. Community strengthening, building community structures, and I think it's one of the things that our partners will be sharing. It was also a lesson that we learned on the project that is important that we support community structures to respond to these issues because those issues are localized. Education for girls to COP CFM, I think it was in Jigawa State, we couldn't come in with issues around child marriage. But working with stakeholders, we approached it through education and encouraging them to send the girls to school. So by the time the girls are out of school, they are already 18. So without even talking about child marriage, you've been able to achieve that just because you're pushing for education for girls. So really thinking about recognizing the context of where you're working and really thinking about the strategies that will make things work. And going back to the community strengthening, training of community and religious leaders was something that we found quite instructive. Now, finally, we did have challenges. We didn't implement this project. without challenges, and I just wanted to highlight a few. We started this project in the era of COVID, and you can imagine all of the spanners that COVID threw into the wheel. But one thing that I saw about COVID is how we now leverage technology, because we had to implement the project. We couldn't travel much, we couldn't bring people together, that many people, but we did now learn how to leverage technology. And that's why you see for most activities now that we implement, they are hybrid, because we found out that we can expand the space with technology. We implemented the project during the elections, and as much as we tried, it affected things. There were, at some points, when everybody was involved in campaigns, we couldn't reach stakeholders. And then during the transitions, even the technical staff that we tried to work with, they were not, because they weren't sure what the direction of the incoming government would be. They were very hesitant about making commitments. So I think it's something that a project that is going to happen within that election is something to take into consideration. And we know in the last few years, we've had quite significant economic instability, even till now. So we had a point where we didn't really know what the exchange rate was going to be in the next month. And we had to go into a lot of planning, like almost on a daily basis, looking at the numbers, looking at working with our partners, trying to be as adapted as possible. I know our partners suffer this a lot, because you budget for flight ticket for 80,000, and at the time you implemented the project is 150,000. So it was a challenge for us, and we had security situation across the country. So we had instances where partners couldn't hold activities as a result of that, but we're very careful that we're watching security and not exposing people to insecurity. So yesterday I was at an event, and it was a close-out event, and one of the panelists says something that I found quite instructive. Incidentally, he's here. And he said something. He reminded us about the work of civil society organizations in Nigeria. When you look at the regular human capital development issues like health, education, food security, you find CSOs and governments working in those issues. But when you come to issues like exclusion, issues of equality, climate change, free and fair election, nobody else is talking about these issues about civil society organizations. So it's really important that we continue to strengthen this sector that's been doing tremendous work. And it's been an honor for us on the SCALE project to contribute to that. Thank you very much, everyone.
Please don't stop clapping. We have to keep clapping till the Chief of Party of the SCALE project takes her seat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Chief of Party of the USAID SCALE activity for that very insightful presentation on the journey of the SCALE project. This project commenced in 2020 and is coming to a celebratory end this year. And we're happy to have learned about all the fantastic work, the results, the lessons learned, and even the challenges that we can learn from for that project implementations. So thank you so much, Lydia Ode, for that wonderful presentation. We have promised you fun. We have promised you unforgettable memories. We have promised you an exciting time. So permit me to invite to the podium a prolific spoken word artist, someone who is a legend in what he does, who would be wowing us with his performance. Please put your hands together as I welcome to the stage Deji Ige. Please put your hands together for him.
Citizens of Nigeria, friends from foreign land, partners in development. What is nation building?
without advocacy. What is advocacy without civil society? And what is civil society without capacity building, like the Scale Initiative that has tremendously built the capacity of patriots from civil society organizations across Nigeria? Ladies and gentlemen, Rome was not built in a day, but the citizens who built Rome were intentional about building Rome. I believe in Nigeria and the promises she holds. But to build Nigeria will require a collective and deliberate effort. Deliberate effort like this kind of initiative. Brothers and sisters, above all, amidst the tales of woe we tell about our country, Nigerians should as well find the faith and fortitude to tell our tale of glory and pride of identity, so we do not become victim of one-sided story of gloom we often tell about our country. On the backdrop of that, as a poet, I will be telling my side of the Nigerian story this morning in a poem titled, I Will Tell Her Glory. For the wisdom of elders, look not to Twitter. It is written in time, not online. And for their knowledge, read between the lines of their wrinkles. Let me tell you a story. It is written with the blood of my forefathers, woven around the tongue of their mother, and it has never been told in a foreign tongue. It is a tale of invention, bravery, and conquest that arrive at the exploits of the gods. They say we come from the land where rivers sing a song, to the sound of horns, gongs, the beat of talking drums, and the happy feet of a resilient people. I was told we are descendants of the immortals, and mortals stronger than the immortals. I was told by moonlight tales of fatherland in the eloquence of mother tongue. Once upon a time, we were kings. From the womb of queens, of our outstanding humans, deities were made. Before ink met paper, somewhere in the West, we cast words in iron, on parchment and scroll, tablet of stone, and the heart of those in search of greatness. We crafted masterpieces with gold, traded far and wide, designed legal tenders, made medicines from herbs and roots, as our lingual invention was a thing of wonder. At the discovery of dignity in my identity, I joined an army of patriots who have Nigeria encrypted in their DNA. So, on a needle or thread, I shall stand to defend our honor. I will make weary every adversary lest they tarry. My songs of revelation I will sing to her in elation, and in swift succession, my affection I'll profess in exaltation. Our fences I'll mend to the end, and from my end this land of honor I will tend. These are my words, words unscripted, thought unguided, my creed to her. In rain or pain, every letter I will remember. In gag or chain, every syllable I will mumble. What binds me to her is stronger than not. Not the name we still can't comprehend. Not the anthem we have failed to memorize. Neither the pledge we have turned to lullaby, nor the flag we have refused to honor. What binds me to her is stronger than bond. Not the oil that blinds our sight, not the bridge across Niger promised to mend our fences, neither the pieces of land around Niger, nor the vision of the colonial entities that blessed our union, or the intention of the madam that named the country Niger area. Rather, what binds me to her is in my veins and marrow, the blood we shed for our freedom on this land that has refused to be shared. It's in the texture of my skin and the fabric on it. Call it black, say it white. What binds me to her is a puzzle in the fine stripes of Angie. Call it price. Name it prize. What binds me to her is my pride in the majesty of Ashoke, the prominence of Ishiago, and the dignity in their stitches. It's in the east and the west. It's in the east and the west, in the north, in the south, and the middle of our belt. It's in the sound of their music and the beat of my heart. The eloquence of Gongon, hail the talking drum. The audacity of Agogo, yes, what binds me to her is in the rhythm of Ekwe and the rhymes of Kakaki. It's in the slow whine of Swangi and the delicacy of Genge. It's in the women and their virtue, their grace and their curves, the beauty of their names and the magnificence of their essence. Amina led battles from Zazao Kingdom. Moremi taught military tactics in Ile-Ife. Idia, Iyesige treaded a path on which men faltered. Benin Kingdom was the place Iyoba made a mark. About women waged a war against tyranny and oppression. Fumilayo Kuti drove a car before men could start the engine. It's in a man of valor. Baba kori erinigbo aje. Baba kori akolinile wa fida lale garara. Akimi, Akiko, Akiba Nija. Jaja would not be rude. Okpobo was his throne. Ovorawen did not succumb to the whiteness of the skin. They say things fall apart, yet Achebe walked this path. Sarowiwa defined courage. And the man died for a cause. Shoyinka raised the bar, shining across the world the glory of Nigeria, that if you will bear, you must set forth at dawn. Tell your tale of woe. That is your story. But to the face of the world, I will tell her glory. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we give one more round of applause for Deji Ige? Deji's words carry a certain gravitas, one that every storyteller looks forward to. Speaks with a certain poise. But I detect a subtle jab in that, in us not knowing how to, sing the national anthem completely. Deji, if you want to call my name direct. Don't go through the corners. Call me out directly. Don't go through the corners. But can we give him one more round of applause? See, Deji's little story and Deji's ability to tell stories reminds us of the importance of stories. A friend of mine has a little girl and he was singing a little rhyme to her and he says, Mr. Macaroni riding on a bicycle. We all know it, yes? And the daughter took out the time to correct him and said, no, Daddy, it's Mr. Mark Anthony riding on a bicycle. And he said, if you mess up the name, don't forget the story. So please, if you forget anything else, if you forget the names, if you forget the kakaki and you forget the drums, please don't forget to tell her story. Nigeria's glory. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on now, very importantly, to take some remarks. But before then, a slight announcement, please, for the media houses here represented, there are a couple of media items that would like to pass across to you. So if you could make your way to a sidebar somewhere beside the stage here, so that some very important materials can be passed across to you for your publication, please do so. Thank you very much. Now, having established that, ladies and gentlemen, we take a very brief remark, our first remark here, by the USAID Peace Governance Democratic Office Director. Can we please give a round of applause for Miss Angela Martin? Can we do much better with that round of applause to make her feel very welcome?
Well, first I want to say that's a very tough act to follow. I think we're going to be more back to business, and I want to say I am not new to this field, but I'm newly back to Nigeria, and I'm really thrilled to be able to join you all today. So heads of agencies and representatives and distinguished guests, I was going to say good morning, but we're a little late, so good afternoon. And I am pleased to be with you today and to see such a wide range of participants under one roof gathered for the worthy purpose of strengthening civil society in Nigeria. Civil society plays an essential role in bringing communities together, organizing citizens' interest, advocating for reform, and serving as a watchdog for general public. However, most civil society organizations, the CSOs, are still evolving and do not have strong organizational structures. I think that was well discussed in the previous presentation. As a result, these organizations are unable to mobilize citizens effectively for engagement in governance and development issues. USAID has partnered with CSOs to train them in the fundamentals of organizational development, resource mobilization, and advocacy. This training focuses on the intricacies and the behind-the-scenes processes that are necessary for organizations to achieve efficacy and resilience. In Nigeria, USAID's SCALE program empowers CSOs to acquire the necessary skills and knowledge to fulfill their organizational missions. Since the inception of the SCALE, more than 170 CSOs, and I stand corrected, I think the number is actually 220, congratulations, have partnered with USAID across Nigeria to advocate for policies that improve the lives of Nigerians. These partnerships yielded tangible results with positive impacts on communities across the country. One notable achievement, again was briefly mentioned, but I'll go into a bit more detail, was the administration of the Justice Law of 2022, which passed in Bauchi State as a result of the advocacy efforts of the groups of CSOs that partnered with SCALE to coordinate against gender-based violence. Prior to the passage, it took more than 4 years for cases involving rape to be heard at the state high court, and it was noted this was shifted to magistrates. Once the case was heard, this often would take, the trial itself would take more than 2 years, by which time the victims would become frustrated and disillusioned with the judicial process and feeling that they did not receive the justice they deserved. However, with these changes enshrined in the law, it is now possible to conduct these cases in a year or less. This is truly, truly a remarkable victory for advocates against gender-based violence. I really think that's something that deserves applause. Another impressive result is an area that is enshrined in everything USAID does, the issue of inclusion and accessibility. And this is something that has really, really become important within USAID formally. I would say it always was there informally. In Abia State, a group of CSOs supported by SCALE and led by the Inclusive Friends Association successfully advocated for the establishment of the Disability Commission. The CSO successfully advocated for the adoption of the Federal Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act into state law. These examples demonstrate the common thread that makes our partnerships and collaborations a success. Namely, it's a dedication of citizens like yourselves who are playing an active role in developing Nigeria. Together, you help form the backbone of a vibrant civil society that USAID has been proud to support for over 2 decades. As SCALE begins to wind down, I wish to commend you all for your efforts and encourage you to sustain what you've started. I trust you all will take advantage of the fantastic opportunity this activity has offered to maintain the relationships you have built and to continue to strengthen your organizations, and in doing so, to build a better Nigeria. I am eager to hear in weeks and months ahead about the amazing new plans and the results of your future advocacy efforts. Thank you very much.
Can we give a round of applause to Ms. Angela Martin? Thank you very much. So I did hear you say that you were recently back in Nigeria. How are you enjoying your stay? Super? Okay. Eating anything that could, knock your socks off? Anything out of the ordinary? We'll make something happen. After that, we'll make something happen. Can we get a round of applause for her one more time? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now very quickly. And I apologize if I may be moving too swiftly, but we're trying our best to ensure that we make up for time lost. So we move now, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly to the keynote And our keynote today is going to be the future of civil society in Nigeria, opportunities and challenges. To help us through that, he's a giant of a man from the Center of Leadership, Strategy and Development Partners Testimonies. Please put your hands together for Dr. Otive Ibuzo. Can we please give him the round of applause that he deserves? We can do much better. Let him make his way up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me stand on the existing protocols. The title of the keynote address is The Future of Civil Society in Nigeria, Opportunities and Challenges. We know that the challenge of development is arguably one of the greatest challenges that has dominated world history. Human beings have always been concerned about how to improve their condition of living and better confront the forces of nature and the environment. Over the years, a lot of progress has been made on how to deal with the challenges of development and improve the standard and condition of living of human beings. Development theorists and practitioners are agreed that partnership among government, private sector, and civil society is the most effective way to achieve sustainable economic and social benefits and achieve sustainable development goals. Meanwhile, it has been recognized that the three sectors, government, private sector, and civil society, have great roles to play in the development of society, and this needs to be done in partnership. The motivation for government is provision of services to all citizens. The motivation of the private sector is profit, while the motivation of civil society is the protection of specialized groups and vulnerable, the poor, persons with disability, persons living with HIV/AIDS, women, children, trafficked persons, and so on. The approach of government is utilization of bureaucracy with emphasis on the political rather than the economic and rational. Therefore, decision-making is dominated by administrative or satisfying decision-making approaches rather than rational decision-making approaches. The approach of the private sector is dominated by economics and market forces influenced by demand and supply. The approach of civil society is to target special groups such as the poor and advocate for grants and subsidies. The experiences of the three sectors are also different. In government, we have experienced inefficiency in providing services and poor performance of public enterprises, even in sectors where the private sector is making huge profits. In the private sector, we have seen that the private sector has been unable to become the engine of growth in Africa. Instead, they have remained parasitic and dependent on government contracts. In the civil society, we have seen documented experiences of the poor and vulnerable, the commitment, knowledge, and resilience of the poor, with several good examples of pilots that are never scaled up. With the failure of government and the focus of the private sector on profits, there is increasing role for civil society organizations across the world. In this keynote address, we look at the future of civil society in Nigeria against the background of the opportunities and challenges. Civil society in Nigeria. It has been documented that civil society organizations are agents of development in any nation, and the transformation of any society or system, particularly in developing countries like Nigeria, which depend on the effectiveness and efficiency of civil society organizations. Civil society organizations in Nigeria have historically contributed to promoting development through advocacy for social change, providing services, especially in underserved groups, fostering participatory development, and holding government to account. From grassroots organizations to large national organizations, CSOs contribute to various aspects of development in Nigeria, including education, healthcare, governance, livelihood, rule of law, peace and conflict transformation, migration, human rights, environmental protection, and so on. It has been documented that CSOs in Nigeria have played key roles in humanitarian assistance, influencing policy towards more pro-people legislation, reshaping the attitudes of traditional and cultural practices, improving the public awareness of human rights, providing economic support for internally displaced persons and communities. In addition, CSOs contributed to the attainment of independence and campaigning against military rule that led to transition to civil rule in 1999. Moreover, CSOs in Nigeria are also an important provider of employment opportunities. Finally, CSOs in Nigeria contribute to harmony and stability in society by addressing normative issues that government and private sectors have neglected, such as human rights, gender equality and women empowerment, social inclusion, credible, free and fair elections, vote buying, conservation, persons with disability, and so on. So what are the opportunities for CSOs in Nigeria? There are several factors which provide significant opportunities for the growth and impact of civil society in Nigeria. First and foremost is the existence of development partners who are willing to engage, support, and provide funding for civil society efforts. Secondly, increasing failure of government to provide for the security and welfare of citizens, and inability of the private sector to become the engine of growth and development present more opportunities for CSOs in Nigeria. Thirdly, CSOs have gathered a lot of experience which can be deployed to affect the development trajectory of Nigeria. Fourthly, the recent initiative of self-regulation by CSOs in Nigeria has the potential to address the hostile environment and change the perception of Nigerians about CSOs. Another opportunity for civil society organization is the idea of decolonization. Furthermore, the realization of organizing through social movement is another opportunity for civil society in Nigeria to increase in its impact. Finally, the localization agenda being pursued by development partners has the potential to strengthen CSOs in Nigeria. The idea of local leadership is to shift funding and decision-making power to people, organizations, and institutions that are driving change in their own countries. The localization agenda is a good initiative, but the progress has been very slow. One of the leading donor organizations pushing the localization agenda is USAID. USAID has the target of giving a quarter of its funding to local organizations by 2025 and half by 2030. But the percentage of funding going directly to local partners from USAID decreased from 10.2% in 2022 to 9.6% in 2023. This needs to be reversed. There is the need for increasing direct funding to local partners and not decrease. Donor organizations need to take more smart and disciplined risk to make localization agenda succeed. So what are the challenges of CSOs in Nigeria? In spite of the huge opportunities for CSOs in Nigeria, they have been faced with monumental challenges. First and foremost, CSOs have operated in a very hostile environment. Secondly, there is poor perception of CSOs in Nigeria. Many Nigerians think that CSOs get easy money from donors without any form of legitimacy, transparency, and accountability. In any case, we know that this is a false perception. Thirdly, after the initial euphoria on return to civil rule in 1999, there is constriction of the civic space in Nigeria. Finally, there is inadequate funding for CSOs in Nigeria. Many CSOs in Nigeria operate with limited resources and face challenges in sustaining their activities. There are many small CSOs run by young, energetic, enthusiastic, and creative people, but have not been able to secure any funding because of the dynamics of funding in the sector. There is the need to create a mechanism for such group going forward. Contribution of the SCALE project. The goal of the SCALE project is to strengthen the financial, management, and advocacy capacity of Nigerian local civil society organizations and business membership organizations to create a more accountable, transparent, peaceful, and democratic Nigeria with more effective and efficient public service delivery. As of September 2024, SCALE project has reached 35 states for the FCT. SCALE worked directly with and strengthened 215 CSOs and BMOs through cluster approach. SCALE work covered 14 sectors, including the extractives, agriculture, health, water, sanitation and hygiene, education, sexual and gender-based violence, trafficking in persons, child and early forced marriage, youth development, anti-corruption, fiscal transparency, social inclusion, elections, and civic space. In 2024, SCALE extended its reach in the health sector to tuberculosis advocacy, working with the national coordinating body to advance response to tuberculosis treatment. The work of SCALE provided training and capacity development opportunities to more than 1,000 local organizations across the country. The project graduated 72 OD and advocacy professionals through the OD Advocacy Marketplace training program. SCALE work resulted in 81 policy actions by government. Over 1,300 CSO signed up to the CSO Atlas platform as part of civil society's self-regulation initiative. SCALE deployed 1,133 election observers during the 2023 elections, provided survivor recovery support to over 72 trafficking survivors, established 3 private sector against trafficking in person forums, reached 443,469 unique listeners with SGBV and CEFM messages, established safe spaces in 82 communities, and for over 4,810 survivors, and prevented early marriage in 10 girls. Conclusion, the way forward, and the future of civil society in Nigeria. The consolidation of democracy, building of democratic institutions, holding of elected officials accountable, and effective and efficient public service delivery will depend on the capacity and ability of CSOs in Nigeria. Therefore, a prosperous future for Nigeria will depend on the capacity and quality of civil society that we are able to build. In the last 4 years, SCALE has strengthened the organizational development and advocacy capacity of 215 local CSOs and BNSOs, through targeted in-depth capacity development intervention, enabling them to effectively employ the acquired capacity to advance policy reforms. SCALE's interventions are unique in the sense that it addressed issues that previous interventions ignored. such as organizational development, both theory and practice, strategic leadership and management, strategy plan development, gender equality and social inclusion, conflict sensitivity programming, and board governance and evaluation. In addition, scale enhanced capacity in countering trafficking in person, sexual and gender-based violence, campaign to end child, early and forced marriage, and working to improve the policy and regulatory enabling environment for civil society. But there is a false narrative that there is too much capacity strengthening of CSOs in Nigeria. This is not correct. First, there are over 10,000 CSOs in Nigeria. Whatever has been done is a tip of the iceberg. Secondly, capacity strengthening is a continuous process, especially as we live in a VUCA world characterized by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, diversity, and disruption. In such conditions, continuous capacity enhancement cannot be overemphasized. The emergence of changing technology and artificial intelligence reinforces this position. Finally, in order to create an enabling environment for CSOs to flourish, we need to change the way politics is played in Nigeria. We need to fix politics dominated by uncivil people whose interest is looting and brigandage. The beginning point is that decent, hardworking, and God-fearing professionals must participate in politics. Or a traitor. It has been recognized that the ruling class will never relinquish power on its own accord. This will require the taking over of power by coalition of patriots and Democrats and the establishment of democratic institutions that will work in favor of the people. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the future of civil society in Nigeria depends on what we decide to do. Together, we can build a stronger, more vibrant civil society that continues to play a pivotal role in deepening democracy, promoting good governance, and ensuring that the voices of all Nigerians are heard and respected. The future of Nigeria's democracy depends on the strength and vitality of its civil society. And I'm confident that with the right strategies and partnerships, we can overcome the challenges and achieve our collective aspirations. The future of civil society in Nigeria is bright. Thank you for your attention.
If you won't clap for Dr. Otive, clap for his voice at least, please. At least for that. Couldn't even tell the difference between when the mic was on and when it was off. And for those of you who are very much big fans of Hollywood, you would know a certain actor called James Earl Jones, who unfortunately passed on not so long ago. I say that to say that if Disney ever needed a new voice for Mufasa, Dr. Otive, they would look no other place than to you, sir. Can we get a round of applause one more time for him? What a speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we move right about now very quickly to the goodwill messages. And we'll take them in very quick succession. And to help us open that, please put your hands together. Here representing National Coordinator, NTB LCC, Dr. Rioke Ochuku. Can we please give him a round of applause? A very deserving round of applause as he comes forward to give his goodwill message. Can we do more? Again? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, the MC. I'm really enjoying the program with the way you are able to coordinate the event. So, good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Still standing on existing protocol, I bring warm greetings from the management of the Federal Ministry of Health, ably led by our coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, in person of Professor Muhammad Ali Pati, and also from my immediate boss, the Director and National Coordinator of the National TB and Leprosy Control Program. I want to start by congratulating the USAID and the Palladium group for the excellent delivery of the project. And just to say that the National TB and Leprosy Control Program is quite excited about the work that the project delivered within the short period that they were within the TB space, helping to build the capacity of our civil society organizations to be able to strengthen their financial management and help to mobilize the needed domestic resources for tuberculosis, because one key challenge that we have for TB is inadequate funding, especially domestic funding for TB. The government is doing a lot to try and improve that, but I think the civil society is key to really helping to mobilize the needed funding for us to be able to end TB in Nigeria in line with the commitments we've made both internationally and at the regional levels. So we are quite excited to be associated with this project. And I want to say that for me, I see it as a celebration of accomplishments as we look forward to learning from the lessons or achievements of this project. I want to say that the government of Nigeria is quite committed to implementing all the learnings from this project as we look forward to a stronger partnership with the USAID and maybe any follow-on projects that will ride on from this project. So on behalf of the management of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, I want to really wish us fruitful and impactful deliberations, and I know that together we can continue to strengthen our CSOs for the betterment of our people, not just for specific disease area, but for the overall socioeconomic development of our country. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so much for that goodwill message. Without wasting any more time, it's my honor to welcome to the podium the Chairperson, House Committee on Civil Society and Development Matters, Honorable Victor Obuzo, for his goodwill message. A round of applause, please.
Thank you. You know, if you love humanity, you love God. God is love. And I can beat my chest to say that USAID, Scale, Palladium, they love God. So I'm going to read it's a little speech. It's going to be very brief, although a couple of things have been said by prior speakers, but it's good for me to at least put in a little angle from the legislative perspective. I also want to ask to stand on the already well-established protocols as I go ahead. And it is with a great sense of responsibility that I join you and other stakeholders today at this momentous Scale Legacy Closeout Summit to deliver this goodwill message. Today we celebrate the tough yet remarkable achievements and impact of Scale in fostering a more sustainable, accountable, transparent, peaceful, and democratic Nigeria with more effective and efficient public service delivery. For those of you who are new in this space, like I was at a certain time, Nigerian Scale is an acronym for Strengthening Civic Advocacy and Local Engagements. It's a 5-year USAID-funded project implemented by Palladium in collaboration with indigenous partners. The multidimensional challenges bedeviling Nigerian civil society organizations and business member organizations, ranging from lack of access to funding to dealing with restrictive regulatory frameworks and a host of other issues, underscores the unity and purpose and significance of the Scale project. I therefore applaud the organizers for this worthy initiative to appraise in retrospect, giving account of programs' impact on CSOs and BMOs, and thus redirecting focus to new beginnings. To the Scale team, I extend my deepest gratitude for your tireless efforts in empowering local communities, CBOs, and advocating for social change. Your dedication has relentlessly inspired a new generation of leaders, amplified marginalized voices, and in an unprecedented manner, strengthened the fabric of our democracy. It is particularly impressive by the presence of major policymakers, key industrialists, development leaders, investors, academicians, financiers, CSOs, and other critical stakeholders at this closeout summit. I am therefore inclined to note that this is the kind of forum, broad-based, synergy, and partnerships that Nigeria desires to now cross-ventilate ideas, best practices, to share experiences, to accelerate growth and development. As we reflect on the successes of Scale, we acknowledge the transformative power of collective action, collaborative efforts, all and sundry. This program has demonstrated that when citizens, civil society organizations, and government agencies collaborate, we can drive meaningful progress and create lasting change. As we look to the future, I urge all stakeholders to build upon the foundations laid by Scale. Let us continue to nurture a culture of active citizenship, critical thinking, and constructive engagement. We must be reminded that effective legal framework, good governance, accountability, transparency, and openness are key instruments needed to nurture sustainable growth and development in Nigeria. The 10th House of Assembly, House of Representatives, is not unmindful of the sacred fact, and as a result, we focus our legislative agenda on strengthening good governance, advancing national security, safeguarding constitutional reform process, economic growth and development, environmental sustainability, social sector reforms and development in alignment with the 8 priority areas of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration to guarantee effective synergy with the executive arm of government for enhanced results. Let me conclude by assuring this gathering that as the People's Parliament, we are committed to providing effective and legal and efficient legal and legislative environment to provoke sustainable growth and development of our country and enable the civil space. We will harness the momentum of scale to address emerging challenges and seize new opportunities. It is on this note that I commend you once more. I say thank you to Scale for being a beacon of hope and the catalyst for positive change. Your legacy will continue to inspire and motivate us as we strive for more just, equitable, and a prosperous society. I must say, when I joined the National Assembly, like Doctor was saying, more professionals need to come into the business. You know, I'm straight 25 years out of oil and gas practice. And with that kind of training, I'm actually applying it to my job. And I can understand why we need more advocacy so that more like minds can come into the system. And at the end of the day, not just knowing what to do or looking at what is going on, they come into the system so that this transformative change can be achieved in our country, Nigeria. So I thank you all for listening, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Whatever it is that you're running for, I'll vote for you. I don't even know what it is, but I will. I'll vote for you. Just run for something. I'll vote. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking our next set of goodwill messages, and we're taking them in a quick fire order just to be able to, again, make the most of our time and get this done very quickly. We have here representatives from Bauchi, Nasarawa, Ebonyi, Imo State, and Ondo State. I believe they are state commissioners and permanent secretaries. So we're going to take it in this order. So please, first, the representative from the state government from Bauchi will come up. Right after that, we'll have from Nasarawa, Ebonyi, Imo, and Ondo State. Okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, so please, can we have... All right, so I've just been told that the representative from Bauchi is currently unavailable, so we'll move on to take from Nasarawa State. And here we have the Commissioner of Women Affairs and Social Development on Nasarawa State, Honorable Aisha Rufai. Can we please put our hands together for Honorable Aisha Rufai? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, my eyes stand on the already well-established protocol. I'm delighted to be here. For us in Nasarawa State, this project has been a worthwhile venture, considering the experience of my ministry with the CSO that implemented the project in Nasarawa State. The project has been instrumental to raising awareness and to also creating positive change on issues relating to child right law and child protection in Nasarawa State. So let me use this opportunity to commend the USAID and Palladium for this very important initiative. His Excellency, the Governor of Nasarawa State, Engineer Abdullahi Esle, has given his commitment during the visit of the Palladium officials to Nasarawa State. And Nasarawa State, I assure you, is open to further collaboration with the USAID and Palladium beyond the scale project. So we thank you so much. We appreciate your efforts and will continue to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take the next one very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Finance, Ebonyi State, Mrs. Mfon Williams. Can we please put our hands together for Mrs. Mfon Williams?
Pronounce the name so well. Thank you so much. Let me stand on the already established protocols. I want to, on behalf of the very good people of Ebonyi State, very receptive people, and the youngest and very pragmatic governor of Ebonyi State, Right Honorable Francis Ogbonnaya-Nwifuru, I want to say congratulations to all of us. Well done. The scale projects have been a very wonderful project in Ebonyi State. All the clusters that were hooked up there have been very, 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 very supportive. And I've just come to commit to the fact that it will be sustained. Yes. By ministry and every other ministry, the Ministry of Agri, the Ministry of Budget, and the Ministry of Finance, we have sat down and we have agreed with the support of the governor, all of these gains will be sustained in Ebonyi State. But like Oliver Twist, we ask for more. If scale could still extend their hands of fellowship to Ebonyi State, we will appreciate it. Thank you so much, even as you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mfon Williams, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance, Ebonyi State. Right now, we'll take the Honorable Commissioner for the Imo State Ministry of Agriculture, Chief Cosmos Madogba. Can we please give him a rousing round of applause? I believe we can do much better. Is it too cold in the hall? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony. My name is Chief Cosmos Mwabeze Maduba. I'm the Honorable Commissioner in charge of Agriculture and Food Security in Imo State. I'm here under the invitation of the party chief, Rhoda, who sent an invitation to me. And as a matter of fact, when the team came to Imo to interface with our people, they had a very serious meeting with the stakeholders and ended up with a visit to my office, like a caustic call. And after our discussion, it became very clear that what they're doing is very correct. And I decided there and then to inform them that whenever this event is on, I want to personally attend. I'm here to keep to that promise. I'm grateful to have been here. One thing that is very clear to me is that for a strong democratic setting to be put in place, the civil society is important. And our friends, USAID and Palladium, have decided, and other organizations have decided to empower, strengthen this civil society organization and the business group. And of course, when they are straightened, as so all of us have said, because if you have followed the program from the beginning, you will understand the level of energy that have been dispensed, the amount of funds that have gotten into it, as well as the commitment of the operators. These are steps in the right direction that should be encouraged. So on behalf of myself and the people of Imo, under the leadership of His Excellency, Governor Hope Uzodimma, I want to get associated with you and the level of performance you have delivered. So I believe as we move on, whether you are closing out this particular one or not, of course, the USAID is a consistent organization that is been involved with the development efforts all over the world, especially in Sub-Saharan Africa and other countries in the third world. So I believe it is my intention to encourage them at any given point in time. We equally have appreciated the difficulties and the challenges that are associated with this effort. Our responsibility as stakeholders is to take this information home, get them put together, and start finding solutions. So by the time another program of this nature is put in place, some of those difficulties and challenges could have been eliminated. It is very important that we allow democracy to thrive. And for this to happen, the civil society needs to be supported so they can reach out to the public service and then deliver accordingly. I believe this is the summary of what I'm going to take home. The civil society is very critical, and our friends and partners are ready to support us. So we should be able to appreciate them and thank them, and as well support ourselves. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Can we give one more round of applause to Chief Cosmas? Thank you so much, sir. See, the way you speak is the level I aspire to. No stress whatsoever. Just come and speak from the abundance of your heart and from the abundance of your agbada. No stress whatsoever. Thank you so much. Can we please put our hands together for him? Ladies and gentlemen, we're still taking goodwill messages, and as promised, I'm doing my best to ensure that we make the most of the time that we are here. So right about now, we'll take another goodwill message from the Deputy Chief of Party, State Accountability, Transparency, and Effectiveness, State to State. Please put your hands together for Mr. Stanley Achono. Can we please put our hands together as Mr. Stanley comes up? I believe we can do much better. Please, let's celebrate Mr. Stanley Achono.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll stand on the existing protocol. I want to congratulate the Scale team and the Palladium team for the work well done. All of us as state to state are proud of the things you have done. Our work is cross-cutting as well, both supporting both the civil society to engage with government officials, while also supporting government officials to transform public finance management. So there is an alignment, and we have greatly benefited from the investments you have made into civil society. We see the direct impact in the way civil society organizations will work in our partner states with engaging their government officials, both include in budget monitoring, budget processes, project tracking, and all of that. So we've seen the transformative power of what you have done and the investment you have made in civil society organizations across the country. We are a living testimony of that impact, and want to say a big thank you to USAID for this investment and the Scale team for carrying this work forward. This is real legacy in the sense that the impact of the work you have done is yielding results as you're closing out. I assure you that the impact and legacy is already living. We experience it in the 7 states we work in. And I want to thank you for all of the capacity that you have built into civil society organizations. We want to continue to encourage the government partners to keep the door open. And as we have heard from various speakers today, the civic space needs to remain open. We need the civil society continue to be the voice of the citizens, to engage government, to advocate for those issues that transform lives, that benefit and improves our governance space, and that leads to the actual development in our society. So thank you again for the work you have done, and I wish all of us success in our future endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stanley, for that goodwill message. We'll be taking a very short break to look at some of the stories from the beneficiaries that have benefited from the SCALE project. We'll be watching the SCALE Impact documentary for a few minutes. So please, media team, are we ready? All right. The SCALE Impact documentary up for your viewing pleasure.
In a country rich with diversity and potential, Nigeria stands at a crossroad of transformation. At the heart of this change is the Nigeria SCALE Project, a groundbreaking initiative funded by USAID and spearheaded by Palladium in collaboration with local partners.
Our approach to capacity building is quite holistic. We begin by ensuring that we are providing very targeted interventions to civil society organizations in Nigeria. And how we do this is by, first of all, conducting an assessment to understand what gaps exist within civil society organizations.
We worked in over 17 sectors, and we have achieved policy reforms, policy outcomes in these sectors. For instance, for agric, budget has been created for inclusive agriculture.
I got to know about SCALE through the Kara Foundation. They wanted the agric sector budget to be improved. Before now, our agric budget, even though we were an agrarian state, was not up to 2%. And then Kara came and said 5%. And we worked towards it. For the first time in 2024, we had almost a 5%. And I can assure you, in 2025, we are going to have better than 5%.
Last year, we started with this rice where governor gave us a make we start to use. And we are all happy, especially the women. It's only this rice is the only thing that I used to cultivate. If I go to farm and harvest this rice, my children will believe you. I myself, I will believe you. And if I go, I will carry it to go market. People rush it and buy it. And I'm very happy that you people come to see what we are doing in this village.
Some time ago, I got a message from my phone. They asked me, do I have a farm? I said yes. So they helped me with some chickens and the feed. Before now, I was doing 200. Before the intervention of ground, they gave me 50 to make it 250. And not only that they gave me 50, the bed was a nice bed and strong and sound. The chicken grew up in a way that I was surprised, and I sell it in a good price.
With a vision to foster a more accountable, transparent and democratic Nigeria, the Nigeria SCALE Project is dedicated to empowering local civil society organizations and business membership organizations.
So for us in SCALE, we were mandated to build the capacity of CSOs in Nigeria, provide the technical know-how around all the domains that will enable them to be strong enough and qualified to manage large grants.
We were working with the university system. We never had a board at that time. We had a management committee, basically of internal people chosen from departments that were not using internationally accepted standards to work. SCALE helped us through mentoring us, assisting us, counseling us. And from that moment of scale intervention, we got to know how much we needed to do to become an internationally recognized, acceptable institution. We've had engagements and grant awards from, for instance, HWM, which is a USAID supported project.
The health budget, that we've been finding it almost impossible to increase. But with the intervention of scales, we were able to increase the budget for Ministry of Health compared to the entire budget of Taraba State.
The scale intervention has come with a new, completely new outlook on what advocacy is, and a mentorship on advocacy skills to a new level. Today, through the advocacy, there are keke ambulances that are helping women and children to stay alive in those communities.
Sosai ma ni ma kaina ta taimake ni ba karamin taimako ba. Mun ta bani gudumawa sosai ma rayuwa ne.
Ta dalilin aihuwa aka kira aka je aka ɗauko ni daga gida aka kawo ni. Da na zo Allah ya ban lafiya aka maida ni.
As a result of our relationship with Scale, because for us, our key objective is to contribute to the reduction of maternal and child mortality within our states of intervention.
At the core of the Nigeria Scale Project are 5 key components, each aimed at addressing different facets of organizational development and advocacy.
We work with the resource partners, and with these partners, they are civil society organizations. They build capacities of communities, of CSOs to respond to SGBV and child early forced marriages in communities, and have impacted over 4,000 survivors.
Because of the bad experience, and people that went to Libya went to go and do post-2 there. My advice for them, if anybody told them about journey or about anything that they have not seen before, they have not experienced before, they should tell another person, someone close to them, so that they can give the person advice not to go there.
After the death of my father, which is on 2019, then my uncle decided that, saying that we should get married in earlier stage. I came to Isheke and this Engager project started. Then I joined it.
Scale really impacted our organization in tremendous ways. Our key focus was knowledge-based, that's information on gender-based violence prevention and response, and then setting up of safe spaces. And so we're able to also sensitize the community to know that this is a need-based project, and these girls have been suffering from stigmatization, and we're able to meet their need and ensure that they recover from the trauma that they've gone through as a result of the abuse.
Through the SCAPE project, Devatop Center for Africa Development was able to deepen the understanding of human trafficking and how to prevent it among citizens. Through the radio program and the community awareness and the social media campaign, we were able to reach 4.5 million citizens.
Scale has done a really good job. And one thing I give them credit for is how they've been able to bring people from different stakeholders. At some point, they had the law enforcement agencies trained. At some other point, they had traditional rulers. At some point, they had those in the media sector. And then very recently, they also trained those in the school.
There's an innovation that the project has brought, which is a digital public directory, which provides visibility for CSOs who are verified and who decide to be members of that platform. It gives them room to interact with each other, to understand and know where other civil society organizations working in similar thematic areas work, what they're doing, and also the opportunity for them to leverage on each other's strengths and push for certain reforms.
Together with Scale, we did a very well-researched document that tells us we have about 53 laws. And I think that was the first time we've been able to bring together all of the laws both soft and hard laws, including policies and directives.
We believe that with the use of the child rights law and the practice direction, even children that are in conflict with the law, they now know that there is a law that have to do directly with children. So it's leaving a very great legacy, making people to speak out.
Every person that is involved around policy advocacy will want to harvest outcomes. Harvesting outcomes will come with skills. So we have really helped civil society and equipped them around getting to know some of these tools. So Outcome Harvester as a tool is something that will be beneficial to the civil society beyond the scale project.
The way we do the capacity building, it empowers or emphasizes to our partners that they must take ownership of their capacity building so that they can build their systems and be able to push policy reform. That way, we're using local capacity building to solve local issues in Nigeria.
Through dedication and collaboration, the Nigeria Scale Project is not just envisioning a better future, it is actively creating one. Together, we're building a stronger, more resilient Nigeria.
If you're impressed with the results that you've seen in that video, results that every single person in this room has contributed to, please give ourselves a bigger round of applause. Stories like this remind us that advocacy is not just about policy outcomes and government action. It brings about change that can enable a nobody become a somebody with a better quality of life. So thank you to everyone in the room for making this possible and for making Scale a wonderful success. So taking it a notch higher, it's my honor to welcome to the podium for the remarks, the Excellency or the representative of the Deputy Governor of Benue State. Please put your hands together as he comes to the stage for the remarks. We can do better. Are we tired? Please put our hands together for him.
Thank you. Thank you so much. At the beginning of this new administration, His Excellency Governor Hyacinth Yomem Alia had made a very critical decision, and that decision was to bring the CSO community and the international partners very close to his administration. One of the biggest gaps we had noticed during the campaigns was the total absence of collaboration between government and the international partners and donors, as well as the CSOs. The CSOs were working quite apart. The donors would just come in and fulfill their donor obligations, and the partners will also do the same without real collaboration with government. And that was where His Excellency Reverend Father Dr. Hyacinth Yomem Alia had, by a state executive order, instituted the Benue State Bureau for International Cooperations and Development. I am happy to announce that, quite humbly, I am the pioneer Director General of that bureau, and that bureau seeks to strengthen our partnership with communities like this. The first time we interfaced with Lady Lydia Ode, the Chief of Party, we asked ourselves, why are we here? The Scale Project would have just simply done our job for us. But I must say that there is a learning process, and we are willing to partner further beyond the Scale Project. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Benue State, would have loved to be here himself, but he's at the UN General Assembly. He had asked the Deputy Governor to be here. The Deputy Governor would have also loved to be here. But for those of you who follow party politics, Today, we launched the campaign of the local government elections in Benue State. And I agree that I think all the honorable commissioners and the honorable member will tell you that it would be suicidal for His Excellency to have been here when his principal is not in the country, and there's a flag of that nature. Remember that APC is one party, and we do not hope to also do a lot of vote buying, like, Dr. Otive has said something earlier. So we want to allow a free and fair election. So the governor is in the field with his people to campaign, and that's why he's not here. But my name is Leo. I'm representing him here in very, very solid capacity. I'd like to read the governor's speech. Speech by His Excellency Dr. Sam Ode, MNI, Deputy Governor of Benue State, at this event. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, His Excellency Dr. Agbo Kefas, the USAID representative, Ms. Angela Martins, the Palladium team led by the country director, Nicholson Oiza, the Scale Chief of Party, Barrister Lydia Ode, members of the CSO community. This becomes personal for me, the man who inspired me to do development work, Dr. Egbuzo Otive. I'd like to, on behalf of the Deputy Governor, recognize the skilled team members in Benue State who are here in the room: Mabel, Romy, Lady Irene, and Joy. I don't know if they're all here. Please wave your hands. All right. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today, at this significant occasion marking the closeout of the Scale project, a project that for 4 transformative years has worked to strengthen Nigeria's civic advocacy and local engagement. Benue has witnessed firsthand the profound impact this initiative has had on our state and our nation. The Scale project, founded by USAID and implemented by Palladium, has been instrumental in building the capacity of civil society organizations and business membership organizations across Nigeria. This effort has empowered them to better serve their communities, advocate for accountability, and drive progress needed for an equitable and democratic society. In Benue State, we have long recognized the critical role that civil society plays in fostering peace, transparency, and sustainable development. Our people have faced significant challenges, from economic instability to displacement due to conflict. But through initiatives like the Scale project, we have been better equipped to respond to these challenges, enabling us to strengthen governance, ensure effective service delivery, and support inclusive growth. As we reflect on the remarkable achievements of Scale, its efforts have not only enhanced the operational capacity of hundreds of CSOs and BMOs, but have also paved the way for increased advocacy and civic engagement, particularly in areas of human rights, social accountability, and gender equity. In Benue, for example, we've seen the benefits of stronger advocacy around governance and transparency, especially in managing public resources and improving the welfare of our people. This is a legacy that will endure long after the project has ended. Furthermore, as we collaborate the successes of Scale, we must also look ahead. The task of strengthening civil society is ongoing, and it is critical that we continue to build on the foundations that have been laid. We must harness the lessons learned and the partnerships formed to ensure that the progress made was sustained. I want to assure everyone here today that Benue State remains committed to working with civil society organizations to uphold the value of democracy, accountability, and good governance. We see a future where the gains from the Scale project become pillars for even greater achievements. On this note, distinguished guests, I would like to take the opportunity to invite everyone here to the first ever Global Partners Roundtable meeting in Benue State, which is planned on October 31st, 2024 in Makurdi, the state capital. The theme for this pivotal meeting is aligning with the entire project's objective of scale. The theme says, advancing subnational development beyond tokenism amidst growing humanitarian challenges, a path for sustainability. This event aims to galvanize global and local partners towards creating actionable strategies to drive subnational development in Benue State and beyond. The roundtable will feature key discussions on our state's 7-point agenda, focusing on humanitarian efforts, sustainable development, and peace building. We will engage in panel discussions, hear scorecard presentations by partners, and launch the government's sustainable position. This meeting provides a unique platform to chart a way forward beyond symbolic commitment towards long-lasting impact in areas facing humanitarian challenges. I sincerely hope to see many of you in Makurdi as we embark on this important journey together. On behalf of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Benue State, Reverend Father Dr. Hyacinth Yomemalia, and the entire government of Benue State, I extend our deepest gratitude to USAID for your unwavering support in funding this project. The Palladium team, led by Barrister Lydia Ode, has been exceptional in your commitment to fostering a vibrant and civil society, and we truly are grateful for your partnership. To the Scale team in Benue State, I must say that your resilience, constant resilience, and at some point, stubbornness has made me put Scale behind my heart. So I wake up and I know that Scale is quite important to how far we have come. In conclusion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the Scale project closes, a new door opens for Nigeria, a door that leads to continued collaboration, advocacy, and civic engagement. Let us seize this moment to reaffirm our collective responsibilities in shaping a future where every citizen has a voice and every community thrive. May we all commit to sustaining the impact and legacies of Scale for years to come. Thank you, and see you in Makurdi.
Can we give a round of applause one more time to Leo Viashima, here representing the Deputy Governor of Benue State. So I keep saying to you in Makurdi, you seem so sure that we're going to be there for some reason. The Scale team in Benue have given you all of the reassurances. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing our best, as promised, to ensure that we make the most of your time. So permit me, if I again get very quick with the items that I have on the agenda. Right about now, we'll take another speech, another remark by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, Dr. Abu Kefas, here ably represented by the Deputy Majority Leader, Taraba State House of Assembly, Honorable Dr. Mike Dale Jen. Can we please put our hands together for him as he comes forward? Thank you very much.
His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Benue State, ably represented by the Director of Partnership Program in Benue State, you say representatives, our amiable Scale development partners and the CSOs here present. I'm standing here on behalf of my talk and do governor, His Excellency Dr. Abu Kefas, the only governor in Nigeria. Permit me to stand on the already established protocol. You know, it is not easy if you have a very active governor and he asks you to go and stand on his behalf somewhere else. If care is not taken, you may mess up your governor. That's why I'm very careful. I don't want to say what I've not been instructed to say. And also, I want to appreciate, you say particularly, for a job well done. You know, this is personal. Before I go to the governor's message, you know, it is very difficult, you know, to answer a question like this. Why is it that we have too many organizations from outside Nigeria coming to develop Nigeria? Why Nigerians themselves, they don't have even one to develop Nigeria, talk less of taking it to other countries? The best answer is, it lies with us all to answer it, because we are the people that we're supposed to do it. We just look at this, you know, the video clips that we've just watched. Greater part of the video clips, you know, was on Taraba, especially the health sector. You see the KK ambulance is from Taraba. The woman that was given testimony how she was ferried from a rural area to the next clinic, otherwise she would have died, was from Taraba. That tells you that we have keyed into the project of USAID very well. My governor, when this issue of SCARE project came up, the SCARE executives that are in Taraba are here. You know, one thing with the man is that anything that has bearing with the public, he will quickly key into it. He quickly called on us. I don't know. I think that's the more reason why he said the Speaker of the House of Assembly should represent him. And then the Speaker would have been here, would have come together with him, but he's indisposed. So I'm standing here on behalf of the Speaker, who is standing on behalf of the Governor. So he came to us at the House of Assembly and said, this is what he realized in respect of health sector. We quickly appropriated money to the health sector to, you know, back up what the SCARE projects are doing. And that's why he quickly got those ambulances, about 168 ambulances for 168 wards in Taraba State. Each ward has that ambulance that you see. That tells you that it is a talk-and-do governor that will do that kind of a thing. And we appreciate you very well, and we also appreciate the civil organizations and civil society organizations in Taraba State. They are doing very well. In fact, we have very good partners in doing everything, not only on the aspect of health, even in education, or aspect of development that you can think about. So we want to appreciate you with the CSOs and other partners. We want to tell you that we are regretting that this project, this care project, is winding up today, but we believe that the higher one will come. When you come, start with Taraba. So let me now go to the speech of His Excellency that should be delivered by the Speaker, but I'm the one reading on his behalf now. It is an honor to stand before you today representing His Excellency the Executive Governor of Taraba State in this critical discussion on human trafficking, a scourge that threatens the very fabric of our society. Human trafficking is not just a crime. It is a grave violation of human rights. It exploits vulnerable, preys on our most at-risk population, and exacerbates the challenge already faced by communities grappling with poverty, displacement, and insecurity. In Taraba State, humanitarian situation has grown increasingly complex, with a substantial population of internally displaced persons, IDPs, and thousands of out-of-school children. Our people are more exposed to the risks of trafficking than ever before. His Excellency has recognized their situation and has taken a deliberate action through his policy on free and compulsory education. This policy is not just about giving our children access to learning, but about safeguarding their future and protecting them from traffickers who prey on their vulnerabilities. Education, as you all know, is a powerful weapon against exploitation. When children are in school, their chances of being lured into dangerous situations decrease significantly. Taraba State has been at the forefront of the fight against human trafficking. The state government has remained steadfast in implementing a policy aimed at curbing this menace. However, we understand that policies alone are not enough. This is why His Excellency, the entire State Assembly, are unanimous in their support for the enactment of a counter-trafficking in the state, trafficking of persons bill in the state. This bill provides a sustainable legal framework in addressing trafficking of persons and ensure the effects and efficient implementation of laws to protect our citizens. It is on this note that I'm pleased to announce that Taraba State has officially signed the law counter trafficking in persons bill with immediate effect. In addition, a commission to oversee the implementation of the law will be constituted without delay. This marks the new chapter in our effort to tackle trafficking head-on and protect the most vulnerable among us. We stand here today not just as representatives of governments, but as committed partners in a shared vision to human trafficking. We pledge our full support to the USAID, Palladium Scale projects, and the Adinya Arise Foundation, CTIP, Commission, closer in their advocacy and their work to combat the menace. Together, we will continue to fight the rights and dignity of our people and ensure that Taraba State remains a leader in the fight against human trafficking. However, we cannot do this alone. I use this opportunity to call upon the development partners present here today and those here to join us to come and work with Taraba State government The fight against human trafficking is also fight for human rights, justice, and development of our communities. We need your support, expertise, and resources to address the root causes of underdevelopment that leave our people vulnerable. Human rights issues must be at the forefront of our collective development agenda, and together we can make a lasting impact. I would like to take the moment to acknowledge the efforts of the project team that has been working tirelessly to raise awareness and mobilize action. Your contributions are commendable. However, it is not enough to raise expectations and leave. There is need for continuity, for long-term engagement that ensures the gains we make today and sustain tomorrow. I want to assure you that His Excellency, the Governor, has opened arms to partners with anyone or everyone who wishes to support the development of Taraba State. Let us move forward with a renewable sense of purpose, fully committed to protecting people and creating an environment where every individual can live free from the fear of exploitation. Together, we will overcome this menace, and together we will build a bright and safer future for Taraba State and by extension, Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mike, before you leave, sir. So if I may ask that you just give us 2 minutes of your time. Right about now, I'd like to invite a very special lady. Her organization led the cluster on trafficking in Taraba State. She is supposed to make a presentation to the governor. So please, can I have Mabel Ade come forward? Can we please appreciate Mabel Ade? As I believe her organization and the cluster have a very special presentation to the governor of Taraba State. Can we please give her a round of applause as she makes her way up here to do that presentation very quickly? Can we have the cameraman station to take photographs of this? Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, ably represented by the Speaker and by extension, Deputy Majority Leader. I'm overwhelmed. I'm excited. We had a contract that was signed, I think the last. And we had barely worked for 2 months. And then the notice for closure came. But the expectations that the project raised amongst governments of the 3 states that we're working in, Taraba, Benue, and Oyo, was so high that we could not but continue the work. We worked. We felt sick, but we continued. I am so happy today that this has come to reality beyond our expectations. I had wished and prayed and believed, and so we had an award prepared. And so I'm happy that Barrister Lydia Ode, our exceptional leader, will make this presentation to you for the governor. He is indeed a champion. He walks the talk, and he's a people-centered governor. A round of applause for this great man.
On behalf of the cluster and all of the skilled team, this is in recognition of the amazing, amazing work and support, partnership that the project and the cluster has received from the governor and from the entire state. Thank you very much for your commitment and dedication.
So this is an award for the Executive Governor of Taraba State, His Excellency Dr. Agbu Kefas, a people-oriented leader, a pace-setter in countering trafficking in persons, on this day, 25th of September, 2024. Thank you. This is a token for His Excellency.
Once again, thank you so much indeed. I never knew that there was an award, but I was saying what exactly I knew my governor was doing. Incidentally, not 2 minutes ago, I was called upon to receive an award for him. And you can see this is what he has been doing in all fields: free and compulsory education, rehabilitation of even those people that are redeemed from trafficking. And that's why we have a ministry dedicated for that purpose, Ministry of Social Justice and Reorientation. It is the handwork of the governor. And that is why I'm still pleading and urging that you say, come back to Nigeria and start with Taraba State. We'll do more. Thank you so much.
Can we please give a round of applause one more time to Honorable Mike Dio-Jen, Deputy Majority Leader of Taraba State, here representing the Executive Governor, and of course, taking out the time to honor the Executive Governor of Taraba State, Dr. Agbu Kefas. During his speech, sir, a couple of times during your speech, I heard you reference him as the talk and do governor. At some point, I had to now say, you know what, I'm going to try to Google as much as I can to see what you actually mean by the talk and do governor, and then maybe I'll come forward with that award, and it is the greatest testament to his person and all the work you have done. But I have a little bit of a hiccup, sir. Like when Mr. Leo finished and he said, see you all in Makurdi. So since you have a people-centered governor, I would think that you would end with see you in Jalingo or something such. Okay? Sir, when can we come to Jalingo? Don't raise your hand, sir. Tell us when. Sir, should I come after and ask when shall we come to Jalingo? No problem. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so, so much. Okay. So a lot of civil society actors and development workers have been scratching their heads because the past couple of minutes has been likened to, well, almost a political meeting of some sort. But it is very important in acknowledging these key stakeholders who are helping us to implement, and of course, the scale. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we take a break from all of the things that we've heard, from the remarks, from the goodwill messages. We take a very, very deserved break. This break, we'll get to listen to another storyteller. Ladies and gentlemen, this woman has the ability to make words magic. She is a poet. She is a conjurer of words, if need be. She brings them to life. Please, with a rousing round of applause, can you help me welcome the woman, the myth, the legend, phenomenal storyteller, Miss Keyon Onyeka.
Put this on the stage.
Can we? Can we do much better? Let's help her come up. Let's help her come up.
Human trafficking, a form of modern-day slavery, is a $150 billion global industry. According to International Organization for Migration, IOM, approximately 11,000 women arrived via the Mediterranean Sea in Italy from Nigeria in 2016 alone, an increase from 1,454 in 2014, who would likely be forced into sex trafficking.
Nigerians flood the streets, demanding an end to what it terms bad governance and injustice. There is high rate of insecurity, poverty, lack of quality education, and high cost of living. The recent protests are marred by use of force by security agencies. The issues have escalated, resulting in dozens of protesters killed. Still, the government is yet to yield to citizens' demands.
Child marriage remains a critical issue affecting the development and well-being of adolescent girls globally, with Nigeria ranking third in the prevalence of child brides. Child marriage prevalence remains high in the country, with 44% of girls married before the age of 18.
My friend. That's your daughter. 13 years, Abi?
Yes, Alhaji, yes. She got on 13 next 3 months.
Yowa. Good. I go come carry him next week.
Papa, I want to go to school.
Attention. Earth needs an intervention. Location, Nigeria. Calling in the general.
Negative K, nothing further.
Hello. Any officer on ground in Nigeria? Do you copy?
3, 2, 1. Strengthening civic advocacy and local engagement. Call name skill. Reporting for duty. Access granted.
Officer skill. What intervention strategies were deployed?
1. Improve CSO organizational capacity. Everybody knows, say, when skill build your capacity, you function like a well-oiled machine. No oil spillage, no broken pipelines, no stories that touch because their follow-up no be here. As actions must result to results, aka and so what. Everybody knows, say, scale OD assessment no be anybody needs. 2. Enhance capacity for CSO advocacy, collaboration, and management. For this, Scale will engage you with stakeholder mapping where pass Google Map and take you to the destination of change. Cluster coaching, because like a coach, they are there with you in the field at every match until this game of good governance not only scores but wins. 3. Improve the policy and regulatory environment of CSOs. With Scale, you must be compliant, because before the whole government compliant, CSOs must hold themselves accountable. 4. Countering trafficking in persons. This is not about numbers, but the heart. And that because of Scale and her partners, someone's heart is beating again as they are rescued back to their family. Scale is a traffic light turned red, saying stop to human trafficking. 5, sector strengthening and advocacy. With Scale, hope was manufactured in between workshops, in the womb of seminars, in the heat of hashtags, on the voice of advocacies, negotiation tables. Scale and her partners, obstacles scaled, scaled doubts, scaled people who lock up the doors to change until, as a law, as a policy, as a bylaw, they held change on every page, from state to state, from city to the locals. Now, one organization that didn't know the way is now strengthened to build its own sun. One group that was staggering, trained to believe, to stand tall. One coalition that had too many questions became their own answers. Because Scale, they deliver. You know they let a job with receipts and MOB, so you can go and verify. So let it be on record that Palladium Scale made it possible.
So, what are the results?
Computer, take us to year 4 Scale project. 4 years later.
The Scale Palladium intervention has resulted in signing into law of practice direction for the implementation of the Child Rights Act by Nasarawa State government.
Alhaji, I'm sorry, you cannot marry my daughter. I want her to go to school. No.
Thank you, Papa.
See, my people, make we try advocacy now, Make we try advocacy. See, Scale, they carry out advocacy training to people so that they go sabi how to follow government talk.
Yes, so we try we don't try advocacy. Now, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources don't set up technical working committee to monitor gas flare. Yes, so.
21 survivors rescued from the clutches of traffickers, 13 suspected traffickers arrested, and 7 cases brought forward across target states in Nigeria. Survivors empowered through vocational skills training.
Now this work I dey do now, and I fit die. Is it Italy? I been Europe. I need to go. I dey here. I go do my business. Lagos is not train me finish. And this is what I want.
Very well, Officer Scale. Impact verified. Who are the team of soldiers that carried out this operation?
An organization, Palladium, represented by Miss Owiza, the Scale team led by Miss Lydia Ode, the DCOP, Miss Bosse, the Scale team, the partners, the technical advisors, volunteers, well-meaning Nigerians who dared to believe to make it possible.
Excellent, squad. You all deserve your badge of honor. Project completed.
Thank you, sir.
Can we put our hands together for the elaborate storytelling of Keyon Onyeka? For those of you who do not know, Keyon Onyeka is a storyteller and has been a development worker for a while. She has the ability to weave together words. And of course, she has graced platforms from Aso Rock all the way to All the Way. And we love having her tell the stories that she tells. Can we give her one more round of applause? It is such a delight to listen to her stories. When Scale builds your capacity like you are like a machine, no oil spillage. I like that one. Because there's somebody here, I think my event manager likes to call people German machines, so that one really stuck with me. He likes that one so well. German machines, that's his word. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we move on to another very integral part of the success of Scale, the partners. Now we'll be listening to partners' testimonies. I'd like to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you who will come here and hold on to the mic to give your testimonies, please, to make the most of your time, respecting yours and the time of everyone who's listening, we will ask that you stick to the 180 seconds, 3 minutes, that we have allocated for each speaker. Each testimony must sit within 180 seconds, 3 minutes. Please, we trust that you will, and I will do my best to stand beside you right here to give you all of the support within the 3 minutes that you need. Ladies and gentlemen, we start now. The first to come give us the testimony. Her Royal Highness Etieka Henrietta Efa Akbera, of traditional ruler of Aki Efa Calabar Municipal Cross River. Can we please give a round of applause for the support from the traditional institution? We can do much better, I believe.
Standing on existing protocol, I'm coming here to testify about the GPI. The GPI under the GPI and by capacity belts under the Scale project. I am a traditional ruler from Cross River State, Calabar. My capacity is built on GPI. Why I came here because I can see where they get their strength and their power. I have been, next year, June, I'll be 10 years on the throne. I have not been finding it easy. But when GPI came to my life, then everything changed. GPI has been helping so much in my community through the agency of the Scale. There was a time in my community that women were treating like fools, as if they don't know their rights. Even through the GPI, we jailed a man of 79 years old man that raped a 13-year-old girl with the consent of the mother. So when I went to GPI, I told them, we follow up that case because in my community in Akaifa, we have a customary court, we have a magistrate court. We follow up that case. The man was jailed. He's still in jail because he raped, and the mother of the girl too, they jailed her for giving the consent. So today, as they are inviting me to come, I can see where the GPI get their power. Through this agency, please, if they finish this one, they want to start. I hope they will start a better and higher one. Thank you very much.
Can we please put our hands together for Etieka one more time? Leading by example, it is great that we brought out a traditional ruler and she stayed within 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I love that. That is what I love to see. These testimonies are a proof, and some of the things she has highlighted are a proof that Scale has so much work to do and Scale is relevant. It is that these issues still prevail, and we trust that through these interventions we'll be able to get more success stories. We move now, ladies and gentlemen, to Chief Aja Chima Oliver Green, the Red Cluster Executive Director of Development and Integrity Group Foundation. I believe so, yes. So please, Chief Aja Chima Oliver, Executive Director of Development and Integrity Group Foundation. Can we please put our hands together for him? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone. Time will not permit us to list out all the benefits of USAID Scale project. But I just want to say here that we have benefited so much capacity-wise. I want to let you know that DIG Foundation was once a cluster member of organization, migrating from being a cluster member to being an anchor that manages organization. Not only that, we've also passed through, for the first time, then through the sub-granting aspect of it, through the capacity building of Scale, we're able to manage about 7 organizations in terms of giving sub-grants to them. That is also a testimony to us. We also have an increase in budget process. You know, the Green the Red project is focusing on seeing how government can make budget and then also release such budgets, especially under the Ministry of Health. In the first quarter, the Ebonyi State government only released about 9 million. The permanent secretary is here. But in the second quarter, through advocacy, they had about 122 million naira released for them. Though small, but if you look at the percentage gap, you feel that, yes, we really, and the third quarter results, we shock everybody because there is a lot of funds that have been released already. And then the issue of conducting advocacy using new strategy. It's no longer cut of dog relationship. Today, the scale approach has made us to a kind of penetrate, even where we can't penetrate. The relationship, the rubber relationship between us, the non-state actors and state actors has deepened within this project. You can see the permanent secretary is here. He can testify further on how the we now synergize. The principle of co-creation have been a kind of increased in Ebonyi State. And finally, also, you know, the Green the Red project has become a household name. You say scale has become a household name in Ebonyi State. Today, you see commissioners wearing this cap and moving around, going for function, even function that is not Green the Red function. Today, go to Ebonyi State, you see that, yes, everybody is talking about Green the Red. And we believe together we will Green the Red through budget release. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Chief Chima, Chief Aja Chima Oliver. I really hoped you'd explain what Green the Red was. Seems like a traffic light sign or something of the sort. But I get it. I quite understand it. Thank you so much, sir, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to our next testifier. We have Dr. Aboki Nawani, Executive Director of Center for Women, Youth, and Community Action. Dr. Aboki Nawani. Can we please put our hands together as he comes forward? Let's do better with the applause. Let's help them come up here. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe it's sometimes better to just tell a story. It covers all that you need to do. We had another USAID-funded international organization who wanted to, we were working to see whether it's possible to also benefit from the project. And they said, you have never raised more than 100 million per annum in your organization. How do we give you money? I said, well, even Scale has given us money. He said, what? Scale gave you money? So that means you must have passed all the necessary hurdles, and so we'll give you your money. It just simply tells you that after you go through Scale training, after all the hurdles, you are prepared for anybody. Just like my cluster is now ready for IDOT that has just been released. We're ready to face them in this call for application. We have the first cluster, that the Child Rights Advocacy Cluster. We worked on the child rights law in 6 states. Unfortunately for us, we succeeded in 5 states. We have family courts, functional family courts in those states. We have child rights implementation in those states. We've been able to have booster homes in those states. And I want to assure you that these family courts are now functional and then helping children and protecting children from being abused across these particulars. It's only one state that we've not been able to do much, but I wish we had this present governor. I'm sure we would have succeeded very beautifully in those states. We have also worked, we are now working the current cluster that is closing. We just worked for 3-4 months, and we have to close up. Working on tuberculosis, particularly in increasing domestic funding for tuberculosis treatments in another 6 states. And in those states, we have worked so well. In Katsina and Kano, they have not only increased funding, but they are also paid, government has paid out all this money under its budget to support TB treatment in those states. We are very excited that that has also happened. Media organizations have also provided airtime for the next 1 year free to ensure that they provide awareness on tuberculosis and how the prevention can take place. I know it's time. But let me just tell you that if we had more time, a lot of work would have been done on that tuberculosis. And I want to assure you that very soon, rather than tuberculosis cases rising up, it will begin to come down. I want to say thank you for the opportunity, Scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I had a little bit of a campaign in there, but we will let that slide and we'll let that move on. I trust that for everyone who comes, I hope you understand why we have to keep you within 180 seconds, because there is so much more we have left to do. We have a couple more, I think about, give or take, just 4 or 5 more testifiers who will do that very quickly, after which we'll have a very, very exciting and engaging panel session moderated by Mr. Tija Bolton. But before then, ladies and gentlemen, another testifier, the Executive Director of Inclusive Friends Association. Please put your hands together for Grace Jerry.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Scale, Palladium, and to our able women leading. Thank you so much for making a huge impact. Inclusive Friends Association have been a partner of Scale, Palladium, and USAID, and I would say to you that we've been able to make remarkable impact in ensuring that persons with disabilities, over 35 million Nigerians with disabilities are impacted through legislative reforms. And one of the various successes that I would say that we have been able to document in the course of this partnership is the domestication of the Disability Bill, the Disability Act, in 4 states in Nigeria. One of the states that we worked closely with, and I'm sure you heard it earlier when it was mentioned, we worked closely with the governor, and I would say to you that we would do advocacy sometimes till 11 p.m., waiting to have an audience with the governor, just to tell him it is important that you sign this bill into law. And the first major success that we recorded was the domestication of not just the domestication of the bill in Abia State, but the establishment of the Disability Commission. And yes, you can clap, thank you very much. And one of the cluster group member was made the chairman of the commission. That's to push, that's to just buttress on the impact of our advocacy. We also worked with the Gombe State organizations of various organizations, CSOs and organizations of persons with disabilities, both in Gombe and Taraba, to draft the bill afresh and to begin to push for various levels of it within the State Assembly to pass through various readings. And I would say to you that if not that the project is closing, the Scale Palladium project is closing, I'm sure that we would have been celebrating the big success of Gombe State also assenting to the disability bill in Gombe State. But I would say that Palladium would call us very soon to just celebrate it, or we'll put it in the news to say that Gombe State, as a result of this advocacy, the Gombe governor has signed and domesticated the disability bill in Gombe, and also in Taraba. I was hoping that the man from Taraba would be here to listen to me and take us, yes, please take our advocacy to the governor. The bill is before him. The bill has passed through various readings. Taraba State needs to domesticate the Disability Act and also establish the commission. We want to record it as a success of this partnership with the USAID Scale Palladium project. And just to say that we've gone through the capacity organization, Ogatangod is looking at me. If any of you go through that organizational capacity assessment, you will know that your organization would be better for it at the end. And those cluster organizations have been able to access grants as a result of those capacity assessments by the Scale Palladium. Thank you very much. Come and take your mic. Thank you very much to Scale, and to say that this is just the beginning of greater things to happen for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have to hammer on the need for time like that. I remember doing a Scale training, said equalization of opportunities, all persons, male, female, everybody gets 3 minutes. I'm so sorry. 180 seconds is all I am allowed to allocate at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, Next up, Equal Director, we have the Executive Director of My Godiya Center for Youth and Development, Gabriel Yo. Can we please put our hands together?
Thank you so much. Let me quickly stand on the existing protocol. Yes, at Megodia Center, our encounter with the SCARE project has really changed our story because they were mentioning OCA. When OCA 2 was applied on our organization, even though it has lasted, we've worked for over 10 years before our encounter with the SCARE project, but it was really, really terrible. And so it is to so many other organizations. That encounter has helped us now. Our organization, in terms of everything that you can think of, in terms of leadership, in terms of advocacy capacity, in terms of strengthened policies, both financial and management policies, we can now stand tall because of that. And in practice, we now organize advocacy to intervene in maternal and child health in Adamawa and Taraba State. And we're also able to achieve some success. We, in collaboration with these stakeholders in the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Budget and Planning, Ministry of Finance, and the House of Assembly, House Committee on Health and House Committee on Finance and Appropriation, we were able to create key budget lines that were in line that could help the issues of maternal and child health. Like this budget line on essential life-saving commodities was created, not just created, we also pushed for releases, where now we have impact. If you watch the video that happened there, you will see women who testified about what they saw, what they are getting from the intervention. And also, it was through the budgetary increment that we advocated, and then the releases. Thank God the current governor, who was being honored here today by another organization, has really, really keyed into what we were doing. And as a result, releases for essential life-saving commodities and more releases for purchases of these keke ambulances that are performing magic in the rural communities. We appreciate SCARE for all of that, because without SCARE, we never knew that we could even carry government along in achieving this kind of successes in a short time. So for us, at the Head Budget Allied Cluster, led by Megodia Center for Youth Development, we believe that the SCARE project shouldn't have ended. For us, our capacity has been built. We may not be among the 20 CSOs that are selected, or we may be. But then, how we wish that the project continues. And I felt that the House of Reps committee member, representing the CSOs was here. If I were in government, or if I have the powers, I would call on government to do a environment to keep a structure like SCARE on, so that other organizations, other CSOs, other 200 will also have this empowerment. It is only through that that we can really change our situation in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We heard your wish, and we hope that in 2027 you can declare and run if you feel the need to. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have to make the most of all of this time and do this very quickly. Please note that as much as we'll be taking just a few testimonies here, there will be much more time during lunch for us to be able to hear more testimonies. We plan to make that a lot more interactive and provide you more time for a lot more people. I know a lot more partners and a lot more stakeholders to be able to give their testimonies. But please, for right now, we'll take just a few and we'll move on to the panel session. Thank you. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the program coordinator of the Nigerian Network of Non-Governmental Organization, Ayo Adebusoye. Can we please put our hands together for Ayo Adebusoye? I believe that round of applause can be much better for him. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, Triple NGO was like one of the resource partners for regards to strengthening the regulatory environment. And one of the first things that we managed to do was actually doing a review of this diverse, very, very complex regulatory environment. And we came up with actually 42 at the national level regulatory frameworks, including laws and policies. And because many times we always hear that, oh, the CSOs are not regulated. There's so many moves from time to time from the legislature to always bring a new regulation, a new legislation on CSOs. We already have a lot of regulations, and we showed that with that report, which was actually shared with all our policymakers, National Assembly, the main regulators, many of them who were not even aware that all these regulations are things that we are facing. And these are some of the fundamental regulations and frameworks that we used also in developing our own recommendations, part of which was actually to have self-regulation, which is going on very smoothly. EU Act, of course, started that, and that was supported also by Scale very forcefully, using all the materials gathered. And the self-regulation framework is what is now still going on now with this Society National Self-Regulation Council. And one of the recommendations, again, is for that review, is something which is again happening. Our subnational networks have started taking charge of it, and they're using that report very nicely. And one of the things which we are hoping is to ensure that we have an ongoing review within the sector, because things are changing all the time. As we know, there's been the National Health Insurance Authority Act recently, the new anti-money laundering and terrorism financing. So all these things have impact in the sector and are things which we need to look at and which we are still going to continue again. And we thank Scale for making sure that this happened during our time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well for staying within time. Ladies and gentlemen, next up to testify. Oh, I have a bias towards the next speaker, forgive me. For 5 years of my life, between 2018 to 2023, I had first-hand experience as a civil society actor, first as a volunteer, an intern, and then a member of staff. And it is one of the most important and integral moments of my journey to being here, to be able to handle the mic and do the things I do. Ladies and gentlemen, next up to speak, the Executive Director of Youth Alive Foundation, Dr. Yudi Akpan. Can we please put our hands together for her? Can we please make that round of applause a lot more robust as she makes her way up here? Thank you very much. Let's warm our hands up with a lot. Let's warm our hands up. The room is really cold. Let's warm our hands up a little bit. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm really excited about the closeout. Thank you so much, Palladium Scale, for all you've done, not just for Youth Alive Foundation, but for all of us. We worked on youth policy development in 5 states and the FCT, and were able to get 2 state youth policies developed. And right now, even though the project has ended, we are still in motion in Lagos State. The governor is about to approve the youth policy that was developed during the grant. And Akwa Ibom State, one of the advocacies, we had been advocating for more funding for youth development because it was together with sports development, which swallowed about 90% of the funding. The governor has finally separated the 2 ministries and said they're going to appoint a youth, somebody under the age of 45 to be. So we are really excited about that. But what I really wanted to talk about was the organizational capacity of Scale. This is the second capacity strengthening project funded by USAID that our Youth Alive Foundation has been on. The first one, the SACE project, was really impactful. We landed major, huge grants, and our capacity was really developed. And so we felt we had arrived. We were handling really large grants. And then so when this started, I was like, what are we going to learn again? All our policies are in place, everything. But I didn't even have a clue. I call this capacity 3.0 because it moved us to the next level, which I didn't even know we didn't have. Of course, we had our strategic master plan. We had some things, but were they professional? Were they world standard? And so our resource mobilization plan, amazing. Our strategic master plan, Dr. Otsiva did a brilliant job. Our operational plan for the next 5 years, amazing. And so I find that these projects leave us a lot better as an institution. It makes us more resilient and the organization more sustainable. And so it's really key for me. That's what I take away. I mean, we do projects and we still get these results, but these are anecdotal. But the results about the organization that is strong to access fund. And while we're on these grants, I partnered with another organization, Stakeholder Democracy Network, and we drew down a very huge grant from the EU to work, and that's a result of being on this project. Even after that, we just applied some months ago when we heard this project was ending, to the wide project, and to continue our youth policy work. And we've just been shortlisted, and we're going through the process. So I think what this project leaves us with is making us stronger, and we can draw down more funds. The last time I was part of this project, we drew down huge funds, and this again, we're already drawing them down again. And for me, that's the success story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yudi Akpan. Absolutely, 3 minutes, exactly on time. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, we'll take another testimony from the Executive Director of Center for Women Studies and Intervention, Sister Frances Ngozi Uti. Can we please put our hands together for Sister Frances Ngozi Uti, Executive Director of the Center for Women Studies and Intervention. I believe we can warm our hands up so they're not so cold. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. For us at Center for Women's Studies and Intervention, I think we believe that one of the major fears or issues that put down women is that of the culture of silence. Men and girls are so afraid of speaking out. And then the other issue is that of the fear of stigma, being stigmatized. And so the SCALE project, which we carried out in Cross River State, Cross River North, and Jigawa State, helped us. And it helped the young girls in particular to break that culture of silence there. And one of the issues, one of the success stories, is that of a 14-year-old girl who was raped. And you know what that meant. Her parents would not want her to speak out, but she eventually did. And the success story is that the perpetrators were imprisoned at the end of the day, which is also, it encouraged and encourages a lot of young girls to speak out against these evils. And the encounter with parents and traditional rulers meant that they too have come to understand the importance of encouraging their young girls not to keep silent over such issues. Then the other one is that of child early and forced marriage. You know, it's not something that happens just in the north. In Cross River State, we had that. But the fact is that for over several years, we've worked there, and the traditional rulers have been able to accept that it is a culture and custom and tradition that has to stop. But then in the north, it was a little bit difficult because of religion. And we know that culture and religion they are also part of the challenges that women and girls face. However, we couldn't stop early child and forced marriage because most people in the north believe it is their religious belief that they can marry children. But what we were able to achieve through the SCALE project was that parents have now understood that it is very important to allow their daughters to at least finish secondary education. And by the time a young girl completes her secondary education, she's about between 16 and 18 years, which is a good time to get married. That's how we at the Center for Women's Studies and Intervention, we were able to circumvent that. And even though some of the traditional rulers refused to sign the bylaws, but at least they have accepted that they will allow their daughters to complete their secondary education. Thank you very much to Scale Palladium Project. We are very happy and we continue to work on it. It's a gradual process, but we are hoping that we'll get there. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Ma. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, this does not end here. We're taking as much testimonies as we can within the time frame that we have allocated. Please keep in mind that during lunch, we'll have extensive conversations, extensive interactions. We hope that those of you who do not get caught up now will, of course, do your best to write down, pen your thoughts, and we can all share with them during lunch. And now, for the final testimony from a partner for this session, can we please, with a rousing round of applause, help welcome the Director, KB State Universal Basic Education Board, Bello Maisarawa. Can we please put our hands together?
Good afternoon. Our success story on Scale is when Scale comes, it comes with the community engagement. Before the advent of the Scales, we just asked the education sector to send their needs. One, we are doing action plan for Subed UBEC project. But with the advent of the Scales, they come out with the framework. After the adoption of the framework, we'll invite all stakeholders. We have a town hall meeting. All of them submit their needs, and we consider their needs. Another success story for the Scales, there was a radio program, we call it as Mahangal Ilimi. Through that Mahangal Ilimi, some communities from the Dumbego area under Jega local government in Kebbi State, they call the presenter and ask them that their school were closed for the past of 2 months. So immediately when we received that call, we swing into action. So we went to the community and find out the main cause of closure of the schools. We found out that there was a conflict between the community and the SBMC of the school. So we resolved that, and they submit their demand. They complained of that their school were not renovated and there are shortage of the classes. So we are able to construct 1 block of 2 classrooms and renovate 1 block of 3 classrooms in that school. That is our success story. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of the testifiers that have come up to share success stories during this time. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I have to reiterate, for those of you who are here, partners, stakeholders, we would still love to hear your success stories, but we'll have all the time to do that during lunch, and we expect that to be a much more fun, much more interactive, and of course, robust session. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we will be having a panel discussion, a very important one. But while I've asked people to put their hands together and warm their hands, I've noticed that a lot of people may not entirely be sleepy or be tired per se, but they have information overload, and some of us may have some fatigue. And so we're going to try our best to cut it. There are a couple of mental drills I do myself before I start any event, just to be able to ensure that my mind is as sharp. So this is what we're all going to do. Before the panel session comes up, because it's going to be quite an extensive session, not so long though, but very engaging, I would like us to do a couple of mental drills. All right, so everybody find a partner. Somebody beside you, find a partner. If you don't have a partner, that's also fine, but find a partner. Every single person in the hall, find a partner. I need everybody. Can we be active? Find a partner, find a partner. You're going to have to free your hands for this. Are your hands free? We're going to do 2 very quick exercises. 2 very quick exercises. The first one is a tongue twister. Again, we're trying to keep our mind sharp. And then the next one, I'll let you know. All right, the first one is a tongue twister. We're going to say this. The next phrase I'm going to say, or the next sentence I'm going to say, I need to get closer so that I'm sure that everybody can hear me. The next phrase or the next sentence I'm going to say, you have to look at your partner and say it 5 times very quickly to your partner. I will not access if you said it correctly, but your partner will. All right, everybody look to your partner. Can we all do that? Look to your partner. Yes, look to your partner. Look to the person beside you. Look to the person beside you. Okay, you are going to say this very fast and very quickly for the next 5 times, all right? 5 times very quickly. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. Are we ready? We'll say it 5 times very quickly. 1, 2, 3, go. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. A box of mixed biscuits in a biscuit mixer. Stop, please. Don't spit on your partner. I beg you, please don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Shall we try one more? I think this one is a little hard. Can we try one more? Let's try one more. I think it's a little too difficult. Let's try another one. Look to your partner. Say this one very quickly. Look to your partner. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. Say it fast. I know what I said and I know what I'm hearing. 2 very different things. I need us to wake up. That's why we're doing this thing. Somebody, shush. Please, she sells seashells. Okay, you know what? Let's shift from talking so that we don't bite our tongues. Let's do this. Another very quick mental drill to see if we're all attentive. We'll do this with our hands, right? We'll do it on command. So let's make it into scale, right? Scale, legacy, summit. Scale, legacy, summit. We haven't even started and some people are failing. Scale, legacy, summit. Scale, legacy, summit. Summit, legacy, scale. Scale, legacy, summit. Are we ready? Scale, legacy, summit. Summit, legacy, scale. Scale, summit, legacy, scale, legacy. Wait, somebody's fanning. You will slap somebody. It's not like that. Let's do this one more time. Together, it's very easy. Scale, legacy, summit. Scale, legacy, summit. Summit, legacy, scale. Legacy, summit, scale, legacy. Are we ready? Scale, legacy, summit. Scale, legacy, summit. Summit, legacy, summit, scale, legacy, summit, legacy, summit. Please put your hands together for yourself. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, who feels like they're more alive, more awake? Are we ready? Are we ready? It's a thing I like to do, and this is quite simple. Scale. Because whatever it is that we do, we're always getting into new heights. We're scaling to new heights, and that's why we raise our hands up. Legacy. We salute the 4 years of impact, and we salute what will come after. And that's the legacy. And the summit is to remind us of the things that we always hold in our heart, the testimonies of the impact. And so thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Right about now, I bring you to the panel session. As promised, it's going to be a little bit of a more interactive panel session. It's unlike anything you've ever seen before. So, with no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to first welcome the moderator of this panel from Policy Alert, somebody I love and admire so much, Mr. Tijah Bolton Akpan. Can we give a round of applause for Mr. Tijah Bolton Akpan? So please, can we give him a round of applause? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David, and thanks for that very energetic tongue twister. Good afternoon, everyone. I can't hear you. Good afternoon, everyone. That's better. I am delighted to welcome you to this panel session on sustaining impact, strategies for long-term civil society strengthening. As we close out on the SCALE project, a 4-year-long journey, it is vital for us to reflect on our shared achievements and the path forward for civil society. This Legacy Summit is actually holding within the context of a very controversial, if you like, global and local environment. At the global level, we have a lot of tensions happening. Just 4 years ago, we had the COVID-19 pandemic. Not very long ago, we had the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And then we have also had a lot of tensions, geopolitical tensions related to the energy transition, and so many other things that are realigning the way that civil society operates all over the world, and also how we are able to access the resources and support that we need for the work that we do. At the local level, we are also dealing with a very serious economic crisis. I don't know, does this touch you? Is it touching you? It's touching me. And we also have a rapidly shrinking civic space. This is making it even more difficult for civil society organizations to do their work, and also multiplying the surface area of our responsibilities as organizations and people who have taken it upon ourselves to do the work that we want to do. There is no doubt that in the midst of all these challenges, the SCALE project has made significant strides in enhancing the capacity of civil society organizations across the country and supporting them to do the work that they do. So, like we heard the keynote speaker say earlier, they have been able to turn some of these challenges into opportunities. Today we are going to have an esteemed panel of people who have expertise in different areas of this work, and will be here to share with us some of the experiences they've had with the SCALE project and the successes and even challenges and how they are navigating those challenges. I would like to now invite the panelists for this session. I'd like to begin with Nenaya Enyinaya. Please put your hands together for her. Ne is the executive director of Kara Development Foundation, an organization that is based in Owerri, Imo State, and is doing a lot of work at the grassroots, influencing policy to deliver to ordinary people. Ne, you're welcome. Next, I'm delighted to invite Romy Mom. Please, a better round of applause for Romy. Romy is someone I would like to describe as a human rights activist that's working at the intersection between delivery by state institutions and stronger demand by civil society and the communities. Romy, you're welcome. The next panelist I'll call up here is Abubakar Abdul Ganiyu. Abdul is a resource partner with the SCALE project, and or rather his organization is a resource partner with the SCALE project. He is ED of Save the Children Initiative based in Sokoto State, and he's also the national coordinator of the Network Against Child Trafficking, Abuse, and Labor, NACTAL. Abdul Ganiyu, just last week I was somewhere, we were gossiping you in a very nice way, and some members of your network were paying tribute to the wonderful work you're doing, organizing them across the country. Thank you so much for the work you do. Next, I'm delighted to welcome Comfort Ikpeme. Comfort, please let's see you upstage. Comfort works for an organization that I'm very positively biased about. That's Girls Power Initiative. The GPI, founded by someone I would call a mother, works with young girls at the grassroots. It's a feminist organization, and it has presence in Edo State, in Delta State, in Akwa Ibom, in Cross River, and very recently in the FCT Abuja. Comfort is the Cross River State Coordinator, am I right? Yes, of GPI. I actually happen to be a product of a sister organization to the GPI. 30 years ago, I got trained by CMA, which is the Conscientizing Male Adolescent. So you can see why I'm biased to the GPI. Welcome, Comfort. Nice to see you. And next, we have our own Harry Udo. Harry is a big man, and he's a strong man. And I say that because he has very recently been involved in a very ambitious initiative, which was supported by the SCALE project, which is the effort for civil society organizations in Nigeria to self-regulate. The Civil Society Organizations National Self-Regulation Council, and he has been able to push that council to achieve a lot on that front. You're welcome, Harry. And last but not least, we are delighted to welcome Kathy Vigland. Kathy Vigland is a director with Palladium who is in charge of youth and children issues within Palladium. Am I correct, Kathy? Yes, thank you so much for joining us. Okay, yeah, all right. Sorry? So I'm sure the mics are working. Yeah. This one, okay. This one works? Okay. All right, so I would like to begin with you, Romy. You have played a lot of roles in supporting civil society organizations at the community level, and the SCALE project has actually supported your organization in achieving a lot at that level. I'd like you to share with us some specific examples of how the capacity building component of the SCALE project has transformed your organization, and in doing so, what would you present to us as the highlights? You know, that aspect of the capacity building interventions that really was very transformative for you. Please just pause. This is triple-barreled. And while you do that, could you also give us a sense of the benefits you've derived from partnerships with other organizations, and also how you were able to navigate the challenges on all those fronts? I hope it wasn't too loaded.
Oh, well, we can manage that. Okay. Thank you, Tija, and then thanks for this event where, after all the years of the great work SCALE has done, we are sharing our experiences and all of that. But to go into your question for persons to understand exactly what happened in terms of the benefits and the capacity building, the processes and all of that, it's good to state that our organization, which is Lawyers Alert, a human rights organization, what we worked on was on very specific key advocacy ask, one in which is to say we wanted to see how the administration of criminal justice in the states with regard to SGBV. The trial period could be shortened. That is one. And then two, to see how we could set up SACs, that is the sexual referral centers in the states. So these basically were the two. And to maximize that, it started from the idea itself. We put together a cluster. And in putting together that cluster, we were very intentional as to what organizations were doing that could bring about our realization of the key advocacy acts, which is one of the things that scale required. So look at your advocacy acts and bring together partners that you think can, so that was a criteria. And so we got together first and foremost NAWOJ, which is a media arm of women organization, media women in Nigeria, a national arm of it. We got the NILOG, a Nigerian League of Women Voters, which also had to do with engaging with elected officials at the level that they were also involved in. Of course, we got private sector organizations to also join us, the Agbani Farms, so it brought that private sector slant to the cluster. Of course, legal organizations like Lawyers Alert and our sister organization in Bauchi. So basically, we had all the spaces covered, so to speak, in terms of the advocacy as we are going out there to demand for. So if you talk about the processes, it was imperative and critical that we got the right organizations. That was first. After the organizations we are gotten, then we went through the assessments that we've been talking about here. And the assessment was tailored, very, very tailored in terms of the fact that, look, what is it that you need and what is it that you do not have? And so after all of that, the capacity building spoke and mirrored the gaps that we had. And the very interesting thing is the capacity building wasn't just a one-off thing. It went on throughout the life of the cluster. For the 2 years the cluster was there, it was quarterly. And I tell you, that is really, really key and critical. And here's the thing, friends. The big lesson for me is this. It's not what you give organizations in terms of funding. It's how you handhold for a while and often to see that the funding is used in the way it is meant to be by strengthening the organizations along the route. Dr. Tive talked here earlier about capacity, and one thing he said that really resonated with me is that capacity is not an event. It's a process. And so every quarter we came together, sat back, looked in the mirror, the rear view, what are we doing so well, what we're not doing so well, and recalibrated. And as that happened, it was very easy for us to deliver on our advocacy goals. That was really very, very important. And so as we continued, issues, for example, like funding, issues like lack of technical skills and all of that, we leverage on what each other could bring. So if, for example, we're having problems with the judiciary, the legal sector, Lawyers Alert was there, along with IFW, one of our members who is a magistrate, actually. And so you discover that we had big gains like getting the criminal, or the penal code in Bauchi to be amended to accommodate magistrates hearing rape cases. I think you guys should clap for this. That was really very important. It's really, really key when you have a law amended to give courts that hitherto we are just dealing with issues like theft of little things, to say try rape cases, because often they were not doing anything. And that reduced the length of trial of rape cases from 7-10 years to sometimes to what we have now under 2 years in Bauchi.
Thank you so much.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So, but let me round this up by saying this. Just a moment. One thing that was really critical for us, like I want to say, is the fact that when you get the organizations to come from the locals, then you also enhance ownership of the process of the ask. So at the end of the day, the communities who are the one who were going after, or rather demanding for the advocacy acts that we were, made it much easier for us to accomplish this. Thank you, TJ.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Romy. Please let's put our hands together for that opening. And I'll just come to you next, but hold it while I correct a gaffe. My attention has just been drawn to the fact that someone is omitted from the panel, and that's my bad. We have Professor Andrew Zamani, who I ought to have introduced on this panel. Please, do we have can the stage managers get us another seat? Okay, so Professor Zamani is a clinical psychologist with the Nasarawa State University, KEFI, NSUK, and he has been doing some very significant work alongside the SCALE project in moving the whole theory around civil society strengthening into the classroom, and then also strengthening the capacity of civil society organizations in a very theoretical way too. So we are delighted to invite Professor Zamani upstage. Do we have a seat for him yet? Please let's put our hands together for Prof. Yeah, I can give you my seat. Okay, thank you so much. So while Prof is taking his seat, I'll be coming to you, Ne, to also take some of those points that Romy has spoken to as it affects your own organization. So first of all, the capacity strengthening component, what stood out for you, the partnerships, and then how you navigated the challenges, in doing all of that.
Thank you so much. So I represent a cluster called Agric Budget Plus cluster, and we worked in Imo, Abia, and Ebonyi states. Was the first time I was having to coordinate a very large project with so many people. And Kara didn't have the capacity, enough capacity required to implement that kind of project. And we saw SCALE come to our aid with the OCA. It was a shocker. I was thrown off balance. I said, what is this? What have we been doing all this while?
It was a shocker for everyone.
Yeah, it was. And they told me not to worry. This is a hand-holding process. We will get through it together. And then we started to undergo certain training, online and offline, physical mentoring and coaching, all to help us do what? Achieve our 5% increase. In the first place, for all of these states that we went to, they told us, we've not had up to 2%. Why are you asking for 5%? That's a lot. And we continue to work with them. In fact, before the project of SCALE, I personally do not want to have anything to do with the government. But because of the strategy of collective action for collective impact, and because advocacy is actually about key stakeholders, making changes, turning things around, policies cannot be driven by just the masses. There are people in power who would enable that to happen. So we had to engage with them. And we started to forge some level of relationships. We were going into offices. You can imagine that little organization like Kara is able to request a commissioner or permanent secretary to attend an event, and they do. Before, that would be impossible. But we're so close now, we're friends. I mean, just with a phone call, you could make things happen.
So you now have policy influence.
Exactly. Now, I'd like to take this to Kara as an organization. There was what we called institutional strengthening. I make bold to tell you that today, Kara has moved from a nascent organization to a mature organization. Give us a clap for that. Because after that assessment, I was afraid. I said, don't you think we should just pack up? But we didn't, and we took that in our stride. We were committed. We were willing to improve. We ran with it. For everything that we were advised to do, we were doing it. We changed our board and brought in new professionals that would jig things around for the organization. We followed up all the, government regulations, statutory regulations that organizations like ours were supposed to go through, which we didn't even know that was necessary. We just took it, as it came. But we were more serious with this. And we followed up with more than 9 of them. As it is now, there's none that we're not meeting up with. We started to expand our cluster because we knew as an organization alone, we didn't have all it took to deliver on the project. So we identified organizations that had one thing or another that we could leverage: digital expertise, advocacy capacity, even the links to the government people that we needed to engage. So we wanted people for very serious reasons. And when we came to you, we tried to identify what your own incentives were. What do you want to take away from the project?
And working politically.
Exactly. What do you want to benefit at the end of the project? So that you are doing it for yourself, not for us. And interestingly, at the end of the day, Ebonyi State moved, with all of this, Ebonyi State moved from 2% or wherever they were for 3 consecutive years to 5.98%. Abia, the same thing. Imo, that was 1.3, went to 2.7. In fact, when I talk about 2.7, it might seem low, but the amount of money that was allocated on the 2.7 was really massive. Beyond that, the projects are being implemented. As it is, farmers are getting more feel of the Ministry of Agriculture and what they're doing to them than before. And now we have all the policies we require as an organization. Now we are able to walk into any place that we want to, engage with whoever we want. In fact, we built the 5-member cluster up to 684 cluster members. The only challenge we had was in managing this cluster as it was growing, because it became a bit very difficult. But eventually, we all arrived at a beautiful place. And interestingly, we're able to also put what we have learned into other sectors that we work in, like health and all of that. So it's easier to engage with this, and we're happy.
I'll pause you there. Thank you so much, Ne.
Thank you.
Those are really very encouraging successes you've shared. I would move now to you, Abdul Ganiu, and you lead NACTAL, which is a very strong coalition in Nigeria. And you have always worked with young people, children. You have been a resource partner on the SCALE project and working to combat trafficking in persons, engaging with security personnel, CSOs, CBOs, and all that. How have you benefited from the capacity building of SCALE projects, and what challenges have you also faced along the way? How did you cope with them?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon once again. Just as a way of background, the Network Against Child Trafficking, Abuse and Labor, NACTAL Nigeria, is the platform of civil society organizations working in the area of human trafficking, abuse and exploitation in Nigeria. We are present in the 36 states and the FCT, and we have also facilitated the establishment of the West African Coalition Against Trafficking in Persons and Smuggling of Migrants, which brings together civil society from the 15 countries of ECOWAS to have single coordinating platform just like Nigeria has. And of course, one of the very good stories from Nigeria to West Africa. Now, thanks to the SCALE project, the USAID Nigerian SCALE project came to meet NACTAL as an organization with very loud voice, who were very influential, but of course, institutionally, we were weak. As at the time I assumed leadership of NACTAL, NACTAL had no tax identification number. We have never had any form of relationship with FIRS, and neither do we file our returns with the Corporate Affairs Commission. And that is about 17 years after the establishment of NACTAL. But 1 year after partnership with the USAID Nigerian SCALE project, courtesy of the OD component, and of course the first pre-award assessment we had, today, if you check, NACTAL is up to date with FIRS, up to date with Corporate Affairs Commission, and we have developed over 15 working policy documents that have been adopted, approved, and signed by the Board of Trustees. And our member organizations are also benefiting from this. Now, of course, NACTAL as a national platform also had the part of her mandate to engage with national and regional institutions working on countering trafficking in persons. This has been very difficult over the years, but with the support of the USAID Nigerian Scale Project through the fourth component, the CTIP component, we have been able to bring together all government MDAs that have anti-human trafficking mandates under the Stakeholders Consultative Forum. So every year we have a coordination meeting, I think 3 times a year. So far we have had 5 coordination meetings of national actors working on countering trafficking in Nigeria with the support. And we have also trained 134 law enforcement officers from Nigerian Police Force, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Nigerian Immigration Service, and the National Agency for the Prohibition of Traffic in Persons, in addition to Edo and Delta State Task Force Against Human Trafficking. Now, these law enforcement officers, of course, work at entry and exit points. All they know is the security aspect of it. But through this engagement, we have been able to train them to also become frontline workers who provide counseling services, protection, and support to survivors and victims of human trafficking as against the usual arrest and detention. So currently, they are working with social workers. Of course, the project also trained our members on counseling, trauma management, and so on and so forth. So we are working closely now to ensure that victims get holistic support, they get protection, and then we are empathic as against being judgmental. We've also engaged with traditional leaders. Some of them are here, from Benue, from Taraba, from Edo, from Sokoto, journalists as well as other frontline workers who are contributing to the countering trafficking in persons effort of the government of Nigeria. And finally, to say that also with the support of this project, NACTAL is so influential now that we have input into government decisions as far as appointment of leadership for anti-human trafficking agency is concerned in Nigeria.
That's a huge one. Thank you so much, Abdul Ganiu. That's very impressive. And I'll now move to you, Comfort Ikpeme from Girls Power Initiative, GPI. Comfort, your work under the SCALE project to combat sexual and gender-based violence through a comprehensive approach has been quite impressive. Particularly, you've worked to strengthen community structures. And I saw upstage here one of the, impressively, a woman, a community leader. You know, that's rare in these parts. I think we should put our hands together for that. So you've worked to strengthen these community structures and ensure that they help you push some of this work you're doing with young people at that level. What successes can you attribute to the SCALE project in all that? And how were you able to especially deal with these traditional rulers? What challenges did you face and how did you deal with them?
Thank you very much and good afternoon, everybody. It has not been actually easy, but I know that the strategy we actually utilized was to work with the community-based organizations that we train, that we strengthen their capacities because we know that they are already in the communities. So we worked with them to recommend community leaders that are in these specific communities that they work with, given the fact that they already know them. So we took over from there and ensured that we involved and met with the key persons. So take, for instance, in a community, we push further to meet with the community head, whatever the name that is called, the village head, the clan head, whatever the title is, we decide to engage them at that level. And we also engage them in a way that we ensure that they were the ones that came for all our sensitizations, the workshops, the trainings we had, and the rest of the thing. And as a result of that, I could say that we got them sensitized. Their capacity was built on the issues around sexual gender-based violence and child early and forced marriage. Because it was really obvious at the end of most of these capacity building meetings that most of them did not really know what really constitute SGBV and CFM. Some of them were still attributing it to old-time tradition. It is our culture, it is our customs. Women must be treated this way, men must be treated this way, children, and so on and so forth. So I think the strategy that gave us that result was first to sensitize them and make them know what really constitutes this. That was how we started getting them, because we know that they are the gatekeepers in their communities. We also made sure that they are the ones that can take certain decisions in their communities, and that was very easy for us to get results, especially when it came to the development of the bylaws. After taking them through that, and I mean, if your village head is the one that is coming to tell you that we need to do away with this or we need to put this in place, who are you to object it? So that made it very easy for us to get all the bylaws that were developed in over 10 communities, developed, signed, and even started implementation. We are counting these numbers because these are the ones that we have gotten. We have seen that they have started implementation, and the community members are testifying to it. There are a lot of it, but they are still in the process. But we are giving this number because these ones have been verified. So working with the key persons that can take decisions in the community was what actually gave us the results. And another result I will talk about is, apart from them developing and implementing the bylaws, we still have other communities who were not in line with our timelines, because we gave them timelines to do this, given the fact that we also had to report back to Palladium, which will in turn report back to USAID. So for those communities that were not able to meet up with the timeline, we saw that most of them were also motivated during the shared learning events. And as I speak now, most of them are still developing bylaws. Even when this project is coming to an end, we are still supporting them. We are still following up with them to develop the bylaws. So that actually gave us the results we wanted. And then the challenges, of course, you mentioned it. Most of them were still adamant about conforming to all our preachings. They were still holding on to the old-time religion, but it's nice to know that most of them are the ones that are calling us now. We are ready. My people are ready. We want to develop. How can you come in? When will you have time to come in, help us? Can we send the drafts? Can you look at it? You know, so those are all the
Fantastic.
things.
Thank you so much.
So
Can
much.
we encourage them? Thank you. So demand-side voice and agency has been strengthened. Thank you. All right, so we move to you now, Dr. Harry Udo, and you have been working seriously to ensure that civil society organizations in Nigeria are organized and are able to self-regulate. In your role in the Civil Society National Self-Regulation Council, you worked with the SCALE project. Can you walk us through that experience, and why is it even necessary? Why is it important to create an enabling environment for civil society organizations to operate? And while you do that, what were some of the successes that you were able to achieve in the course of this support from the SCALE project?
All right, thank you, Tija. I'll start from the second bit of the question, because that is where, that's really the crux of the matter. Why is it necessary to have an enabling environment? Now, when you consider the context that civil society organizations solve problems, solve wicked problems, are doing great things from the testimonies you've heard here today. And when you look at the country as it is, you ask yourself, what if we didn't have the civil society, in the country? Reaching out to the ungoverned, reaching out to the unreached, providing healthcare services, providing sustainable livelihoods, capacity building, and all of those things, and ensuring that citizens are able to participate in governance. And so if they weren't there, I think perhaps the country would be a lot worse than it is right now. And so that's the reason why having an enabling environment, is critical, because it provides, legal, political, and social, enabling environment for civil societies to thrive and to be able to achieve their mandate. All right. And so Skill came in the picture way back, I think, towards the end of, 2021. And they were quite intentional and focused in their approach when they joined the drive to ensure a safe operating environment for civil society organizations in the country. And they supported the ability to be able to meet the General Assembly meeting to discuss and to come up. They were part of the process, to even identify modalities and mechanisms for civil society self-regulation. And, with the capacity building things that they did for civil society organizations, the role that we played helped to enhance the understanding of that and the implementation of self-regulation by civil society organizations. And they've been quite supportive all through, and we were now able to come up with, initially when we came up, we had about 14 self-regulation modalities and mechanisms. With the help of the Skill project, we were able to discuss amongst ourselves and come up with what is now known as the Nigerian Model Civil Society Self-Regulation Framework, which is a hybrid of the working group, the code of conduct, the information service, and self-assessment. This is quite critical, and now it's going to help civil society organizations to be more focused on what they're going to do and be organized, because initially with the 14, we asked civil society organizations, choose what would work for you. But this is more generic. Every organization can do that. But there are those organizations that would probably want to look at awards or any of the other ones. But these are the primary hybrid model. Anywhere we go to out of the country or within the country, that becomes what Skill has helped us to achieve, a model self-regulation framework for civil society organizations in the country. All right.
Please, I'd just like you to hold it there and maybe take 30 seconds to 60 seconds to speak on what steps CSOs can take, to benefit from these processes, and also looking forward, what should be the focus for strengthening civil society operating environment in Nigeria?
So one of the challenges that we have right now is understanding by civil society organizations of the modalities and mechanisms. So capacity building is something we are looking to build capacity of civil society organizations to understand exactly what the modalities and mechanisms are and how to apply them in the organization. Take the code of conduct, for instance. Many people think, once we get the code of conduct document sent by the CNSRC, we are self-regulating. But no, it has to do with the policies of your organizations, because this is looking to standardize, practice within civil society organizations. So you need to take, those are principles you need to import into your organization's policies and all of. Then, of course, the CSO Atlas is very critical to this process. Number one, it enables us to leverage on digital technology to drive that. It ensures compliance, and it becomes a hub where regulators, policymakers, civil society organizations are part of. what we'll be doing, and so that's very critical for us, is a pivot for civil society organizations, the CSO Atlas, because that's where you now upload your activities and your reports showing, and your governance structure showing your legitimacy and integrity and transparency and accountability processes. That helps to establish your legitimacy and integrity.
Thank you so much.
Going forward,
Okay,
one second.
okay.
Going forward, to answer your question, we'll be looking to drive further efforts at, self-regulation, efforts at operating environment, ensuring that civil society organizations are able to operate, freely without fear of repression. We're looking to collaborate. We already started that right away with state actors, with regulators, with policymakers, to ensure that we all have understanding. Dr. Otivia spoke here and he talked about how critical it is for those sectors to come together. We'll be driving that collaboration and networking as we go forward, in the course of this.
Thank you so much. I'll skip Katie and go to you, Professor Zamani. Prof, you're welcome, and apologies again for skipping you initially.
No problem.
You are doing a lot of work in translating theory to practice, and practice even back to theory in the classroom with regards to civil society strengthening. The work you're doing with the SCALE project has actually, we saw the evidence here on the slides, several civil society actors now have the capacity to even build for that capacity. So tell us, how can the academia be more intentional in supporting civil society to balance theory and practice in this way? And considering that this program is hybrid that you are doing with the SCALE project, how are you ensuring that people are not left out, given that hybrid programs are kind of novel in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. When Dr. Thangod Okosons visited the university, I think he just visited to conclude his rounding up of PhD program. And he visited my office and we got talking. And well, for the first time, we actually got very close to talk about what he was doing, and he got also to know the mind of the Institute of Governance and Development Studies with regards to leadership questions, institutional growth and failure factors, and so on and so forth. And then when I mentioned organizational development, he said, that's the catchword. This is exactly what I do at the SCALE Palladium. I'm a technical advisor in that area. And I said, look, we have a department of, we have a unit on corporate governance that I'm trying to expand to accommodate this factor. And he said, can we work together? I said, oh, sure. Why not? The initial concern was, would the university be able to accommodate civil society issues? Because of a truth, and I stand to be corrected, the university talks about organizations. We talk about institutional strengthening. We talk about organizational cultures. But very little attention is paid to civil society organizations. Correct. And that, for me, is where the best capacity of leadership lies. Thank you. So we agreed, and I told him that I had a vice chancellor who believed in what we were doing, and I was sure that he would support us. And without deferring to my vice chancellor, we started a conversation. And thank God that we're here today. Traditionally, Nigerian universities only treat civil societies as allies. When it is time to agitate for something, when it is time, to express grudges, you look for civil societies to amplify your voice. For instance, ASU. You get the point. But very little attention has been paid to, what is the texture? What is the form of civil society? How do civil societies operate in Nigeria? How much capacity do they have? Now, the catchword that day when Dr. Okosuns met me was, we want to strengthen capacity beyond the project. Beyond the project. And for me, that meant the institutionalization of the capacity of civil societies to thrive. And so we picked it up. And I'm glad to tell you that in our relationship, it's been a dyadic relationship, really, because we have created and co-created, our learning systems. The university is hosting postgraduate programs arising from our relationship with the Scale Palladium. But the truth is that we own it, we have owned it together, and we intend to keep it so. So far, the strategy we have adopted is to ensure that based on our philosophy of institutionalization, that there is a very excellent display of relationship between the town and the gown, or if you like, an excellent display of the relationship between the university and the industry. And for us, the civil society is a peculiar industry that the university needs to learn to respond to the needs of community. And right now, in Nasarawa State University, our mantra is that every university institute or center is the university in the community. So we must come alive to solving the problems of members of the community wherever they are. And so relating with Scale gave us a very, very easy understanding of how that should take place. We have a hybrid program, and I want to assure you that it is sustainable, because the university has just developed her open and distance learning, e-learning facility, and we are growing it.
Thank you so
right
much.
now, what we are doing is also teaching virtually and examining students virtually. So nobody is going to be left out of this arrangement. For sustainability, we want to say that there is already a civil society hub that has not only been registered, but is now pursuing regulation powers. So with that kind of facility, the academia feels that she can leverage on that to interrogate better the existing knowledge capacities of civil societies and to respond to their needs, as well as enable.
Very much for those fantastic success stories, especially the dimensions around sustainability. Even though sustainability has become like something like a buzzword in development practice, but there are a lot of other buzzwords too. And recently we've heard about localization. And this brings me to you, Katie. Is localization just a buzzword? Or is it something that is actually here to stay? The keynote speaker earlier, talked about the huge, gulf between the commitments on paper of the USAID and the actual direction of the graph on supporting local organizations. How can we make localization become real and not just a buzzword? What are the key elements of a successful localization strategy? And how can Palladium offer help to local organizations in Nigeria to make this meaningful for them?
Thanks for those great questions. Is it on? Great. Thank you very much for those great questions. No, localization is not just a buzzword. USAID is taking it very seriously. There is a gap between the 9% of funding going to local organizations and the 25% target that USAID has set for itself. But I think we all appreciate aggressive targets and aggressive means to achieve those targets. And we're excited to be part of the journey and helping USAID get there. One could think that perhaps it's a buzzword because we've seen this before. We had heard of pathways to self-reliance and USAID Forward. But what we really see now is that it is a recommitment to the best way to do development through and for and with the leadership of local organizations. It's also part of a global reckoning on equity and inclusion. And it's just a recognition that it's the only way to do sustainable development. Administrator Power has laid out 4 very specific activities and 2 quantitative goals, and they're on it, and they're doing it. The first activity is they're changing their internal policies and programs, and they want to foster locally led development, local systems, and local capacity strengthening. And all 3 of those are vital to their vision. They want to shift power to local actors by 2030. They want half of their programs to have local actors exercising leadership over priority setting, activity design, implementation, and defining and measuring impact. There is the 25% local organization funding target that was mentioned by our keynote speaker earlier. USAID is also tracking locally empowering sub-awards from non-local primes, as they too can support local civil society organizations, as we've seen through SCALE. And USAID is advocating for localization globally among other donors. And it's truly opening doors for funding, for capacity building, and for having a place at the table where your voice is heard and acknowledged and your recommendations are acted on, so that programs are developed with the approaches that you outline that work for you and your participants. So I think there's 5 ways for civil society organizations here in Nigeria to take advantage of localization. The first is to be actively tracking USAID funding opportunities. In the Google document that provides resources that SCALE has pulled together for you, it includes a link to the USAID forecast, which they put out, and they're very clear about the programs they're designing. Take a look at that and plan ahead. When you see something that matches your vision for what you do and where you want to bring the country, jump on it and have conversations with potential local and international partners to be a part of that program. Another way to be involved is to participate when new programs start and are in work planning. That is a great time to let them know what you do and the impact you've had and the approaches that you bring and the relationships that you have cultivated over decades. Another good time to bring that information to partner projects is during the annual work planning, which is typically in the summer. Second, I encourage you to continue to network. So many of you have emphasized today your cluster work, and of course, there's SCALE's CSO Atlas. It's incredibly imperative to strengthen your networks and deepen your networks. Continue to lead, continue to do what you do, and tell your story and your impact. Invite USAID team members to your events and share your success stories with them. Fourth, we are looking forward to your shaping the next generation of USAID programs. Reach out directly to USAID with your successes and ideas. They are committed to co-creation. They want you at the table. Please confidently share with them your approaches, your methodologies, so that it is at the core of new programs. You know the root causes. You know the local solutions. You know the local evidence. And it's a really empowering experience to sit around a table with USAID and design programs together. A fifth way to position strategically is to consider incorporating social entrepreneurship into your approaches and diversify your funding by considering integrating for-profit activities to diversify your funding sources. Palladium is thrilled to continue to provide resources along this localization journey. There's a number of resources that'll be shared in the Google Doc. They include those developed by USAID Scale, Nigeria Scale, but also other USAID programs, including the New Partnerships Initiative, Expand, and you'll have the link in your document. There's loads of webinars and tools and approaches to contribute to your journey to success. Most importantly, localization can contribute to your long-term sustainability and your impact. You've spoken so eloquently all today about the strengthened capacity, and that is already enhancing your impact. Additional resources from the new opportunities that will be restricted to local organizations will enhance your impact. Those robust networks you've developed through your clusters and through the network of CSOs are contributing to your impact. Showcasing your success in your community will open doors as new donors, local and international, learn what you do and want to be a part of it, want to leverage your expertise. You are critical partners at the table for USAID co-creation, and you will be contributing strong technical designs for greater impact. But I think at the end of the day, the most important thing, and we've heard this from you again and again today and in past development programs, it's stronger local systems in which the CSOs are playing their vital and vibrant role in supporting democracies, reducing bottlenecks, expanding opportunities, and opening doors for greater impact from and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's such an elegant way to wrap this up. Thank you so much, Katie. And please, can we give a round of applause to all the panelists? We're actually meant to take another maybe closing remarks, but because we are time constrained, we won't do that. However, if there is one thing we have got out of this panel, it's that as the Scale project closes out, new doors, according to the theme of this event, are actually opening up. Is that correct? Yes. And we have also seen the value of the approaches that Scale brought to bear. Things like thinking and working politically, emphasizing organizational development, and partnerships, very cross-sectoral partnerships we've seen between the private sector and civil society, the academia and civil society, and so on. So as we bring this home, it's important for us to reflect on the words of the USAID director this morning. And I would like to quote her. She said, in the weeks and months ahead, she was eager to see the amazing new plans and the results that our work will have on our future. That future cannot be shaped if we see this closeout as a closeout per se. We have to look at it as a new door opening to us, opening new vistas of opportunity for civil society to amplify the work that they do. Thank you so very much, everyone on this panel, and let's put our hands together for them. Announcement, please. I would like to remind everyone in the audience to please, if you haven't done so, if your organization has not done so, visit the CSO Atlas and register your organization there. We're talking about collective impact. It's important for us to network with other organizations. And then go out to the impact marketplace outside the door. You're going to see a lot of printed materials showing the legacy of these wonderful organizations and the work you do. Once again, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we make the applause a lot heavier for these very distinguished panelists? Please stand where you are. Let's take a very important group picture. Can we have the photographer come forward? We're going to take a very important group picture, but it is very important that we say thank you to all of them. So for everyone in the hall, can we look to those in front and on the count of three, say a very big thank you to our panelists. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate you. And as Tija said, this closeout is not a closing, but is an opportunity for opening new doors. And that is why we're here, and that is what we're looking out for. Sorry, sir, there's a lot of people that are taking pictures of you guys, so if you just be patient, I would like everyone to get pictures. It is a very distinguished panel. I would sneak into the picture, but I feel like somebody would crop me out after. So let me just respect myself and be on this side. But if anybody loves me enough, okay. So we don't obstruct. Has everyone with the phones taken? Because the official photographer will take now, so we're not obstructing anyone. Okay, so let's look at the official photographer. Okay, photographer, do you want them to say something like Mushi or Gary so that their teeth will show? Thank you very much. Can we give them one more round of applause as they make their way to their seats? And very special thanks to the moderator of this very beautiful panel, Mr. Tija Bolton-Akpan. Thank you so much for all of the control of the conversation that you had and for ensuring that we had some value in this short time that we're able to speak. We apologize. We would love to have given a lot more time to this, but we have had to manage the little time that we have available to us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at your times, it is just about 3:35 p.m. in the afternoon, meaning that you've been sitting for approximately almost 8 hours, give or take, 6 to 7 hours, if I'm not mistaken. And it means that it is time for you to move a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we'll be taking our closing ceremony. Awards will be presented and acknowledgements will be made. But in true scale fashion, we're breaking different protocols and breaking different boundaries. So we'll try to make our closing ceremony like the Oscars, the Grammys, or the AMVCAs, and we'll make it into a whole dinner party. And so the awards and the closing ceremony, all of that will be done in the hall where lunch is being served. Because we want you to feel like the VIPs that you are, feel like all of the celebrities that do award ceremonies and dinners. I know that you may not be in black tie or dinner gowns, which is quite all right to us. It is very important still that we have that very inclusive and fun part. And as we promised, more deliberations will be happening after the closing. And it is very important that we have some of the partners who didn't speak, or as many of the partners who didn't speak there. So if you make your way towards that exit right opposite there, we'll go and continue with that in the hall where lunch is being served. The ushers will help you find your way just right out the door and to the other hall right opposite. Please ensure everybody, it's important that we have everybody there. We'll have lunch, the closing ceremonies. I will see you there, ladies and gentlemen, but for this session, once again to remind you, Yes, please do not forget to have your meal ticket to enter there. Like I said, it's like attending the Grammys or the Oscars. So please ensure that you have your meal ticket so that we can get in there. Thank you very much. So you want to do, as in with the mic, you want to close? Okay, I'm coming. Please do not forget to carry your meal ticket with you as it grants you access to the other hall. And let's do that very snappily. We have so much to do and awards to present. So let us run to the other hall. It's a more fun hall. Thank you very much.